So welcome all to this event that's a long planning because it has been already since many years that we had thought to organize a conference in honor of Alessandro Pizzorno, and as friends and colleagues, we are extremely pleased now that we can see so many friends of Sandro and so many also young colleagues that have been learning a lot from Sandro's writing. When we started to plan for the conference, we had several models in mind. As you know, Sandro Pizzorno has given very important contributions to the most different type of fields and many different topics. What we decided to do has been to focus on one aspect of the work of Alessandro Pizzorno and many of his colleagues who are with us now that has been particularly relevant for the development of our faculty and the type of research that we are doing here. So we are now focusing attentions on the issues of the labor movements and want to look at the contributions of Sandro, not just as something that was, developed on the movements, labor movements 50 years ago, but also to look at the ways in which it may be extremely relevant for Philippe. Extremely relevant in order to address many of the research that are ongoing also in our department and that have been developing on what has been named a resurgence of class structures, a resurgence of attention to capitalism, attention to classes, and so on. So the conference is about 50 years after the publications of some important work that was devoted to the analysis of a moment of resurgence of the working class. And we will have several colleagues with us. Some are, I think, representing more the reflections of the book, but also I have the impressions from the interactions we had, a bit of a more pessimistic, skeptical view about how the results of that work applied. And in fact, I think this is one of the reasons why this very important work did not get the attention it deserved, because it arrived in a moment in which it seemed that the cycle of protest was declining and that type of class struggle was no longer relevant. And on the other side, however, we will also have other colleagues, often of a younger generations, that have been inspired by those books in order to think about one main concept that I think is central for other conference, and it is the concept of recognition struggles in the ways in which Pizzorno has conceived it, and in the ways in which it was also very central for the publications that we are revisiting nowadays. So as you will see in my presentation, I side a bit with the younger component, because the work of Sandro on these specific issues has been also very important for some research projects that I've developed in recent time, especially on the emergence of new conflict, from the riders to the drivers, from the workers in the service sectors to the workers also in the automobile industries, from thinking about Toscani, GKN, to Mondo Convenienza, and so on. I have the impression that Sandro would have liked this focus of the conference. I expect that he would have written an introduction in the way he used to, a sheet of paper divided into parts with handwritten notes, and that he would have been very attentive to all the presentations, and he would have interrupted us to ask, what do you mean by resurgence? What do you mean by class conflict? What do you mean by the question mark? So I hope that this conference will also be something not only to reflect on the past, but also to reflect on how work written 50 years ago could be most inspiring and stimulating nowadays, but also maybe how the senior generations could learn a bit about the empirical research that has been conducted later on the concepts and theories that they have developed, maybe challenging them a bit, but also updating and constructing upon that knowledge. So if you can put on the PowerPoint, with Guglielmo, we thought to have some relatively short introductions, but so that we can have also some time for, yeah. We did go back to these books that I mentioned, also because in the fields of studies that I've been most familiar with, social movement studies, the labor movement had been a silence. And it has been a silence in part because the research on social movement started when already there were a lot of debate about the silencing of the labor movement, the silencing of the class cleavages, and so on. But as Beverly Silver, among others, stressed, is the fact that the very concept of capitalism tended to disappear from the toolkit of the social movement studies. But she also said it tended to disappear also from the other fields of research that will be very much present in this conference, industrial relations. So all the language that was relevant for this work until the beginning of the 70s tended to disappear from our radars in both disciplines. And two American scholars, Rick Fantasia and Stephen Norris, also mentioned what made it difficult for social movement study to study unions was that indeed for a long time unions did not function as social movement. For a long time, but I think it doesn't mean that they will never function. And for what I have read about the recent strikes, successful struggle in the automobile industries in the United States, some of the social movements type of strategies, organization, logics seems to re-enter. And this is not just something so recent. Also, in research on the labor movement, the Beverly Silver, but also Wallerstein, Arrighi, and others, pointed at the fact that even when the class cleavage seemed pacified in the global north, it didn't mean that classes were no longer relevant in the south, that labor protest was not relevant also there. In fact, it is also Beverly Silver who wrote, "Capital does indeed recurrently relocate geographically in search of cheaper and more docile labor, but ends up creating new working classes and new rounds of labor capitalist conflict in each sides of productions." And also in Europe, if this is more what emerged on the so-called anti-systemic movements of alla Wallerstein, Europe during the financial crisis was also a place in which there were a lot of reflections on Polanyi-like type of defensive conflicts. And in fact, long strikes, general strikes, mass strikes, were terms that have re-emerged at that time. And yeah, for me, Sandro's was once again most illuminating to think about. When he said it is time, and he said it, but you know it by heart, it's time that attention be paid to periodic variations in certain phenomena. Otherwise, at every new upstart of a wave of conflict, we shall be induced to think that we are at the verge of a revolution, and then every downspring, we shall predict the end of class conflict. Of course, we cannot expect a new wave of class struggle or class consciousness or even strikes to resemble those of 50 years ago. But I think it is important what Sandro mentioned about these recurrences in history, because for a long time, and almost immediately after the publications of this book, the class struggles was declared as over forever. Even social conflicts were declared as uninteresting. Cleavages were declared as pacified. The impression was that a totally different era was starting. While I think that events nowadays, at least for the ways in which we study it, tend to point at the recognitions that the many general transformations that brought about the difficulties of reorganizing labor as it was organized in the past are of course there, but that there could be other ways in which the social conflicts are expressed. And here I want to mention three elements which for me were extremely important in reflecting on the idea that each new wave, each new cycle of class struggle, social conflicts, as we want to call them, bring about some different logic, not the logic of exchange according to Sandro's vocabulary, but a logic of recognitions, of identity formations, consciousness rising, and so on. And this implies something that also comes not from Sandro, the citations, but from the book that we are celebrating nowadays, that Colin and Sandro edited and many of you participated in. And it is the relevance of the social structures, of looking at transformations in the working environments, but also with attention paid to the ways in which workers with no experience of organizations, unionizations, can also produce new cycles of struggles that will have some, according to Sandro, specific characteristics. So I think it is interesting that it is not only the reflections on labor protests that re-emerged, but also a re-emergence of the idea of a class, reflections on how to define them, and the return even to the PhD students nowadays to reading some texts that I used to read in the beginning of the 70s, of course with a different perspective, but showing an interest in an elements which seemed overcome. And one of the reasons why this book on the resurgence of class conflict without question mark at the time has been relevant for us has been exactly this focus on the idea that there are different logics that drive the conflicts, and when new actors, like new type of workers emerge, also three new elements are involved: forms of actions, the organizational model, and the type of consciousness. And here we have, I can say, some of the speakers in our conference that, like Colin, David, Paul Haywood, Shalev, Marino, Emilio, Ida, had participated in the analysis of the conflicts at the turn of the 60s towards the 70s. But also there are the younger cohort, Riccardo, Lorenzo, Joanna, Lisa, Lucia, and Roland. I would put him also here, and others that in our department, like Daniela, like Eugene, like Vincenzo, are working exactly on the new type of conflicts, and they will present their ideas now. The book Labor Conflicts in the Digital Age with Lorenzo Cini and Riccardo Chesta will arrive, has been a moment in which we have mentioned Pizzorno so many times when we met to discuss the book, because it was most relevant in order to address and organize the empirical evidence that we had collected. So I think a lot of the debates will address what Pizzorno's called struggles for recognitions, which I think is extremely relevant concept in order to oppose it to more, strategic concepts that have been used later on in a moment in which the first step of building an identities had been accomplished in many areas, and in which probably the main aim was rather to defend those interests than to re-elaborate on them. But what Pizzorno pointed is that in the beginning you cannot have orientations towards defense of interest if you don't define your identity, if you don't define against which visions of your interest in the future you can mobilize. And this also means that in looking at conflicts, it is not so only industrial relations that are important, but it is also the ways in which symbols are produced and the ways in which, as Pizzorno wrote, members of the community can recognize themselves as such, with then the possibility to mobilize solidarities and collective actions, building upon what he called circles of recognitions. For our work on riders and drivers and the ones that is ongoing now, three elements in your book have been important. One has been reflecting on which type of repertoires are used when new workers without the traditions of industrial organizations and industrial actions enter into the scene. And here I remember the work by Emilio, Marino, and Ida, for instance, on the very different forms of strikes that emerged as differentiating themselves from the previous traditions and also bringing in some traditions of the workers that had entered the new spheres. And that's reproduced what even in social movement studies, someone like Charles Tilly would have called old remnants of the past, old repertoires that re-emerged with the moving of new organizational models also. Here I will have a couple of citations from Sandro. I think his reflections is most important about the ways in which the labor organizations could work as enhancing right, but also as constraining identities and struggles, and in which different moments this happens, and on the legacies that each of the movement moments bring about. And then the type of collective framing on which also a resurgence of class structures reflected alone a lot on the type of egalitarian spirit of the new workers. So the emergence of what also Sandro called as non-negotiable type of strikes, non-negotiable of claims, not negotiable because they were aiming at constructing collective identities. So just quickly on conflicts that one could expect in new waves of struggles for recognitions. Sandro wrote that these conflicts tended to use more militant type of instruments, so more related with increasing participations, more innovative in the claims, and often he wrote unprocessable by the existing system. What we saw in our research is, in fact, that the workers that are mobilizing against the odds from the sex workers that Joanna will talk about, to the riders and drivers we worked upon with Riccardo and Lorenzo, have introduced new forms of actions. They were not radical as in the 60s in terms of introducing forms of disruptiveness within the working place, but they were quite radical in involving the public opinion into the moving the struggles also outside the factories, something that reminded a lot the work in social movement studies by Fox Pive and Clower on the ways in which poor people's movement act. So not the strongly organized one, but the newly emerging class. And Sandro, but also the colleagues that worked in this research had pointed at the fact that the very logic of those new forms of actions implied new forms of organization. So if you had to develop a certain forms of strikes, you had to add a strong control inside the factories. And this was not an issue that could be solved with the delegations, but it had to be controlled also from within. And this is something that we also noted when we were studying these other conflicts, the need to self-organize using different resources than the one that were used in the 60s and the 70s, but still using resources of militantism, using type of allies in constructing network type of organizations, and in a terms that is quite central for labor struggles nowadays, the aiming at converging, aiming at the convergence of strikes. One of the conflicts that we are studying with Marco is about mondo convergenza, so struggles in the service sectors, including extreme forms of exploitations of migrant workers, that is run in mondo convenienza, but was the struggle called mondo convergenza, and aiming effectively to link different type of structures. So as Sandro wrote, when new groups which are not or do not feel themselves to be represented as such in the existing system express a collective will to be represented, they require a different organizational format. I don't want to read too much of Sandro because you know it by heart probably, but I think that what is interesting also in what he said is that we have not only to look at the ways in which these new forms emerge, but also the ways in which they become legacy later on. And so this last statement I wanted to read is that new identities then are again reproduced as the non-negotiable claim tend to be adopted more broadly. And then there is a sort of legacy of new forms of organization. So the unions organizations reemerge. The last element that I think is important to point at, and here I switch from Sandro to Rosa Luxemburg, is the ways in which all these happen in the struggle. So it is not something that is just planned, but something that emerged during this moment of mobilizations. And I'm curious, I want to ask Patrizia tomorrow if there is a shelf in Sandro Pizzorno dedicated to Rosa Luxemburg, because in my mind, the two works are very connected in pointing at the importance of the action, so not just the class in abstract, as producing what Rosa Luxemburg called a mental sediment, the ways in which the stormy class struggles produce a desire to do more, produce empowerment, produce consciousness, something that has been observed in the long strike of the 19th centuries, but also more recently. And so this need to study these struggles. And I finished here back to class, because I think that we talked about labor protest, but it is not by chance that the book was called Resurgence of Class Conflict, and that classes re-emerge as central element of debate in several disciplines. And they re-emerge not only as the statistical category of the traditional research done in more recent time, but also as within post-Marxist or Bourdieusian perspective, also a way of conceiving your own world, your own way of living, your own alternative cultures. So I finish with Mike Savage, that I think would have been nice to attend to a conversations between Mike and Sandro's, and end up with these citations when Mike Savage said, within the heroic pedigree of socialist politics and Marxist analysis, social class was assigned a preeminent role, not simply as a technical measurement tool, but in shaping the course of history itself. Class is clearly not some old industrial relic, but it's alive and kicking, generating anger and resentment, and symptomatic of a host of dystopian problems. And I think this conference could highly contribute to this debate. Thank you very much. I leave the floor to you.
Thank you, Donatella. Now, in the spirit of this conference of meeting between generations and between the social movement and industrial relations scholarships, I do a little bit the other side of the industrial relation one. So I will just throw some points for reflection, which we can come back to during these 2 days, about why we think it's a good time to have a conference like this and to rethink about labor conflict. One reason why it is a good time is that if we look at the history of industrial relations theorizing, there seems to be a sort of a wave of approaches that stress systemic explanations and approaches that stress the conflict ones. And times of crisis have been those where ideas stressing in particular the conflict, the disruptive side of labor relations were prevailing, whereas periods of relative calm were periods where people were talking about systems, balance, and so on. So if you look at the economic crisis in particular, the history of economic crisis since the 19th century, well, there was a big one in 1847. You know what book came out the year after. There was a big one in 1893, and then there was another wave of big reflection, big thinking about work, whether the web or in the United States or the new institutionalist approach. Then there was 1929, and a lot of things happened, a lot of thinking about what happened. Then there were the big crises of 1973, the end of the Trente Glorieuses. And that was the time when many of the people in the room here were already thinking and innovating about how we can think about industrial relations. So we had, of course, the Crouch and Pizzorno book. We had the Warwick School, which in a way revamped a radical approach to industrial relations that was different from the previous pluralist one. We had also feminist approaches contributing massively to the understanding of employment relations. Then there was another period of relative calm in which we see more systemic approach and relative approaches that tend to study compromise and peace and psychological contracts. For instance, Jerem, that grew up in the 1980s and 90s, but also, in a way, if I can mention it, varieties of capitalism is a systemic approach that looks at function, compromise, coordination, and so on. And the last 15 years, we had quite a lot of crises. And here it's difficult to split them because the period in between crises was too short to even notice there was some time without crisis. So we moved from the big crisis of 2008, the financial one, to the big COVID one, to which we came out, where we didn't actually come out, and we are now in the post-COVID crisis. And this period we see again another wave of big thinking, of problematizing, of thinking, well, is capitalism going to last? Is it going to end? Rather than thinking about how the system works. So we have, if you allow me, Colin, I can say Crouch 2, that is a new way of thinking about neoliberalism and quite critical views about what happens at work with precarious work and so on. We have Wolfgang Streeck, changing stance on some points in a much more critical way. We have Bakkar and Howell with a critique of neoliberalism. We have guys standing on precariousness. All this after the 2008 crisis. It's a bit too early to say exactly what is coming out of the COVID crisis. There are question marks, but maybe by the end of the conference, I can fill also that box in the table. So in particular, it's a good time to think about the previous big period of crisis, which was the 1970s, and the big contribution by Alessandro Pizzorno, in particular on labor, to say nothing of all the rest of the contribution, which is very big, but there have been other conferences devoted to him. So what is the big legacy? Well, on one side, there was the work he did with Marino, with Bianca, with Ida, with Emilio. It was a milestone on how to research labor struggles in Italy. That has been widely recognized. For instance, Alain Touraine, another sociologist of the same generation who passed away recently, although he disagreed with the idea of resurgence of class conflict. Well, that was the wrong time to say that, because actually that was the time the class conflict was falling. He admired, and explicitly in his book on the labor movement, he says, well, in France we never had a piece of research on the labor movement as systematic, as big, as in-depth as what Pizzorno has done in Italy. So he had to say hat off to what had been done in Italy as an unmatched example of research. And also then in the projects, in the comparative projects and the books that he edited with Colin, well, he started a wave of comparative thinking of industrial relations which didn't really exist before, and which has led to 3 generations of comparative labor relations scholars. Myself, I was lucky to meet Alessandro, but he was already an emeritus professor at the UI. Mostly, I had the luck of working with people who had worked with him, whether Bianca, whether Colin, whether Richard, and so on. So I'm 2 generations away, and we have here in the room and in the papers that will be presented also people who have worked, let's say, with my generation or with me as my students. So at least 3 generations after, even the grandchildren of Alessandro are here. And that's, that's a long-lasting contribution intellectual to set a field that lasts for so long. And then there are quite a lot of, if you read back his words, quite a lot of long-living intuitions and ideas. Well, nowadays, what we think about when we think about industrial relations or work, what are the two problems that come out? And people say, oh, this is a new thing. People will say, precarious work and dual labor market. Or they would say, oh, the trade unions are not very democratic. Now, who wrote these things? If we had to say which circumstances are most important today, we would point at those of labor market dualization and of absence of democratic procedures within trade unions. That was Pizzorno, 1978. So, it was a little bit ahead of time. And let's be careful, the youngest ones here, not to say, oh, I'm going to say something new. It was said 50 years ago, or 45 years ago. Now, some food for thoughts, three ideas. One already Donatella said quite a lot about it. The importance of conflict and the formation of new collective identities during conflict. Then the idea of representation, a big topic in Pizzorno's reflection, and then political exchange. That's just a couple of points on whether this is still something relevant for people who study labor today. Now, on the first one, conflict, we can assume that it is withering away. But then what about work identity? If work identity are built through conflict and we have less conflict, how do we understand labor identities now? Can we understand it in another way? And if there are new forms of strikes, new form of process, new forms of conflict, does this mean that also the identities are formed in a very different way? Now, well, of course, if we look at the volume of strike, this is an indicator, maybe it's not the best indicator, but it's an indicator which is most used. The days lost per 1,000 employees in it. I mean, obviously, we are not in the same period as in the 70s, okay? This chart stopped at 2004 because unless you use a log scale, there is no point going onwards. From 2004, you don't see any lines. It's very different. By the way, Michael is not allowed to answer because obviously he knows best, but I don't know whether people know or can recognize their countries. These are Western European countries. What is the purple one? Italy, yeah, good. Yeah, the green one? The blue one? The blue one, there is a year which is missing, which is 1968, probably because even the statisticians were on strike, and therefore that year is missing from the data. Then the red is Sweden, and the flat line at the bottom is Germany, right? Now, just to remind you. But if you look at it now, oh, sorry, I sent you the slides, but you know these things, come on. This is Industrial Conflict 101. Sectoral difference, but there's still strikes. So let's see what is happening now. I don't know whether you can read this. It's a bit smaller. This is a very, very fresh data from Eurofound. And we see that the sectors where the strikes happen, because they still happen, but they're much shorter, so in terms of volume, they are nearly invisible. Well, they're still mining and manufacturing utilities. And here you see that a lot of strikes are on restructuring. So the defensive strike, the Polanian strikes that Donatella was mentioning. And there is a lot on transport, storage, logistic, all these kind of things, the area that you're studying. And here you see that, well, restructuring is not that. These are offensive strikes. These are strikes of people who have to establish their identity, establish their rights. And then, of course, towards the bottom, you see public administration, education, and human health, social work activities. That is mostly the public sector, which is, I will mention again. So there is a renewed qualitative interest, not so many studies, also because many places they even stopped counting the strikes, but qualitative interest in conflicts has increased. There have been a lot of work, Donatella, but not only, across Europe about the new waves of strike. And you see that the riders and the key workers, that is, those in the transport sector and those in the public sector, have been actually new identities which have emerged also through struggles. So probably we wouldn't talk about riders all the time. We talk about riders in Italy and Spain, not so much in other countries, but because there were struggles by the riders, called us riders in Italy and Spain, and the key workers was because they mobilized in different ways during the COVID crisis. And so there's still also a lot of interest about the new identities that are developed during mobilization, like the work of Lee and Tapia on intersectionality, which is very new, but at the same time, it takes back again some ideas about the importance of collective identities. Now, another big thing that probably has changed in comparison to the 1970s is the way we think about power resources. So we talk about resurgence, what we think out. We now look at the power resources of labor in a more multidimensional way. So whereas for a lot of time that was the structural power, the market conditions, then also the associational condition, the classic industrial relations literature, now we look also much more at the institutional resources, and here we have the contribution from institutionalism, and then the societal one, in particular discursive and ideational power. And the reason why now it may be interesting to talk about it and even use this word resurgence is that on some of these dimensions, the COVID crisis had shown some increase in labor power. After decades in which we were taking for granted, labor power would decline. So a bit more structural power, labor shortages, difficult to take workers to work during the pandemic. Some associational power, but that's still very, very little. But especially institutional power, the need for governments, for social consensus, and some opportunities also, though we are starting in a critical way, in recovery policies. And finally, in societal power, in terms of societal power, the idea that you can't treat the workers too bad has come up in the last few years. I think it is something that we learned during COVID. We are also forgetting it, but somehow we learned it, and maybe we can keep it in mind for a bit longer. Second point, second idea, representation. Now, for instance, Alessandro was very interested in authors like Hannah Pitkin and then Pierre Bourdieu. Pierre Bourdieu, not really on representation, more on art, which was another interest of his. But the representation is a problematic topic, a problematic concept in... Philippe is saying yes, he agrees. So, good. Otherwise, I'm worried. Representation is a very problematic concept. It's taken very often for granted in industrial relations. Employees select their representatives, so they are the representatives. What does it mean? What does it mean? And that, looking back at the classic political scientists who have thought about representation, what the classic idea by Pitkin about the substantive acting for somebody else, which works but somehow doesn't work in the work setting. It assumes the pre-existence of somebody else, and it only considers really collective representation because it was taught for that field. And not always representatives, trade unions representatives are elected. In Italy, in a lot of countries, there is an assumption some trade unions are represented. Full stop. Don't ask why. Or it's because of the Second World War, whatever. Then there have been, since then, a lot of other ideas about representation. Take, for instance, Bourdieu, the constructivist approach, where he says that the group creates the spokesperson, but it is just as true that the spokesperson creates the group. So you don't have the working class unless somebody represents the working class and say, this is the working class, for instance. And that has been visible very much in the labor movement. And the way the labor movement has been defined has been by the representatives, creating, in a way, the group. And a combination between the two is the recent work by Michael Sauer, the political scientist at the University of Warwick, a former colleague of mine, with the representative claim approach, where it talks about the dialectic, the dynamic between representative and represented. So it's not only the group that exists before it is represented, it's not only the representative that makes up what the group is, it's a dialectic between the two. And attention is to the symbolic, cultural, and aesthetic representation. All this is very relevant in the more recent scholarship on conflict and representation. This includes also non-elective representation, that is, you have representatives who are not elected, which is very often the case in industrial relations. So this allows the approach to look at how the claims about representation are important. And a topic where it is very relevant today, this is about the workers who are not represented. So they're not represented in the classic channels of industrial relations. In sectors that are not unionized, in sectors where there are no works council, in sectors where workers don't even have an employment contract, therefore they cannot access the usual channel of representation. You see that a lot of actors are intervening in this emerging problem. They say, we represent these people, and they also say what these people are. They are precarious workers, or they are atypical workers, or they define, or some they say, oh, they are workers like everybody else. So the way we define them as a collective identity, in a way, changes the way then we talk about the policies for these people. And there are different ways of doing it. And some of the research that will be presented today and tomorrow will be on this topic. And this means that there are very different actors and very different ways in which precarious workers are represented. From the classic trade unions to very new actors to even, let's remember, the far right. There are the election in Argentina where the far right candidate presents himself as the representative of gig workers and all the atypical one. Political exchange, final one. So I'm about to finish and let other people who know more than me speak. Political exchange. Now, on one side, I argue that the political sphere of employment relation is growing in importance compared to the associational one. So while it is true that since the 1970s, collective bargaining, formal bipartite social dialogue, employee representation, association, and so on have mostly declined, that doesn't mean that we have ended up in a pure neoliberal, unregulated labor market, of which usually the United States are considered the model. If we look at what the state does on the labor market, actually that has increased in most countries. The state spends more money, the state intervenes with a lot more legislation, the state intervenes with more people in the public sector, and so on. That doesn't mean that it's all good, but in general, the state intervenes. So the political sphere has become more important rather than the bipartite associational collective bargaining one. So in a way, the representative of labor can, whatever they are, they probably have more stake in their relation with the government rather than with the employers directly. With the employers directly, often they don't have whom to speak to. Whereas the government is still there, and the government is still concerned with the labor issues. However, as has been noticed in the last 10, 20 years, some have argued about, do unions still have any consensus left to exchange? In the idea of political exchange by Pizzorno, there was an exchange. The government had something to offer, but also the trade unions had something to offer. We give you the consensus, otherwise total mess, you lose the elections, the economy collapses, and so on. Are trade unions still able to offer something? It is not the trade unions who are able to offer consensus, because as we see, for instance, in this country, many members of CGIL, they vote for Lega Nord, or they vote for whatever else. If they are not able to offer something, what will the dynamic of political exchange be? What else or who else can exchange, or what else can be exchanged? Now, if during COVID, there was a little moment where it looked like there is a bit of a legitimation of social dialogue in the old way, in the way that it was visible emerging in the 70s in Italy at the time of Pizzorno's work. So also in an unlikely place, in the United Kingdom, which is the last place you would expect any corporatism, where Margaret Thatcher had said no bread and sandwiches at Downing Street ever. Well, at Downing Street, just the next door, then Chancellor and now Prime Minister, he met the leader of the trade unions and the leader of the employer association to present together with them the policies on COVID, something unseen in the last 40 years in the UK, and that a very conservative Prime Minister, by the way. You see that, well, in Italy, where everybody say, well, it has collapsed, well, they met, not so much under Conte, but certainly under Draghi, obviously in a different way, all with a mask, but they were meeting. The first meeting that Draghi organized was with the Employer Association and trade unions. He needed really them, and in Italy, especially during the first wave of COVID, the government would not have been able to do anything without the protocols and agreements with the trade unions and employers about which sector to close and which sector not to close. It would have been impossible to have those policies. In Spain, there was a very important agreement, again, signed a different way than in the 1970s. You don't shake hands anymore, only the elbow, but that is the leader of the employers and the Minister of Labor of Spain on the riders law. Even in France, the agreement on health policy and employment in the health sector, which is one of the key issues, was signed not with all trade unions, obviously that's France, but with quite a few trade unions. So maybe it's still, we have Philippe here, a corporate Sisyphus, maybe, you know, it comes up again and it never goes away. But maybe not. Maybe it is something qualitatively different from the previous Sisyphus. So if corporatism was political exchange with mass organizations, now that these mass organizations are a bit frail, maybe there's something else. Maybe it's something the opposite. Another thing we study here, which is populism, which is in a way the kind of political exchange with information platforms. That is, you have to do something, but you don't do it really with a mass organization. You do it in a way that on Twitter people say that they're happy, or something in between, like neoperonism. That is, the government does things, but with the support of labor. And there's been attempts. Nobody knows who the person on the left, the man on the left. Does anybody know who he is? It's a good research for me to know whether anybody knows who he is. Anybody? Yeah. Okay. He's the leader of the fourth largest trade union in Italy, which claims 1 million members. Don't believe it. I mean, if it has 100,000, it's a lot. Caputo, and is the leader of UGL, the right-wing trade union, who is very happy to meet with those two other people who you probably recognize. Whereas on the right, you may not know them, but they have the same surname, Duda and Duda. One is the president of Solidarity Trade Union, the most active trade union in Poland, and the president of Poland. They go hand in hand in any political elections. There are cases of right-wing government trying to use labor organization in support of their policies. So I think I finish, and just to mention, because, well, it happens, the performative power of organizing a conference with this title, you say a resurgence of class conflict, and there is a resurgence of class conflict. So tomorrow there will be a strike, as you probably know, organized by two of the largest trade unions in Italy, CGIL and WIL. It's mostly in the public sector, but they call it a general strike, and now there is a legal dispute with the government whether it is a general strike or it's not a general strike, which affects how many hours of strike there will be on transport tomorrow, whether 8 or 4. It's a complicated legal labor law issue, but just to tell you what are the issues of this strike. They're mostly about the wage emergency in Italy, which is a long-lasting crisis because wages have been flat since the euro was introduced, but they have especially collapsed real wages in the last 2 years, and the recovery of collective bargaining, expenditure on education and on health, which have been promised and not given, and obviously the university sector also contributes because although there is an automatic system for professors, we don't have collective bargaining unlike in other countries. There's an automatic algorithm based on what happened in collective bargaining before, but it's so delayed that we received this year the increase for 2021, so 0.4%, but inflation has been 18%. So there's been, let's say, a little loss in terms of purchasing power that the trade unions hope to catch up with. So tomorrow, given our colleagues are on strike and so on, there will be, if they manage at the end of the demonstration in central Florence, there will be a delegation who come here and explain. If you have questions, especially those from abroad, about the strike tomorrow, they will answer. But in the spirit of this conference, the trade unions all agree that this event should go ahead. It wouldn't be so easy with so many people coming from different places to reschedule it, and we are in a way an echo chamber for labor demonstrations rather than a backlegs, let's say, event. So I think we finished with introduction. Unless there are big questions, we'll because this was an introduction. We'll then move to the first session. But if there is any question, either practical question or question of clarification.
To move to the others.
Yeah, let's move, and then we have quite a lot of time for the session. So the next session, I will invite here Lorenzo Bosi to chair, and there will be 3 speakers of which one, Emilio. Welcome, Emilio. Unfortunately, he has been unable to join us in person, but Emilio will speak from online. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are here. Well, thanks a lot. And thanks to Donatella and to Guglielmo for this introduction, but also for organizing this event. We have the first panel, the resurgence of class conflict, mobilizations in the 70s and the 2020. 3 papers, 2 hours, more or less. I think have not been suggested how to manage, but we go like, we have 3 papers in a row, 3 presentations in a row, and then we have a discussant. So Colin Crouch from University of Warwick, the 1970s, the beginning of the end of autonomous working class politics. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I didn't realize we were strike breaking tomorrow, so I'm very pleased that I'm working today. Tomorrow I should just sit here quietly. I was never supposed to be part of the project that produced the books called Crouch and Pizzorno. Sandro had this grant from the Ford Foundation together with a French sociologist, Serge Mallet, and they were coming to Nuffield College in Oxford to do the project. A few weeks before they were to start, Serge Mallet was killed in a motor accident. And Sandro's a brilliant and wonderful man, but he was not a great organizer. I mean, he once said that Donatella and I were the only people who'd ever made him organize anything. So he arrived in England and not knowing what to do. And I just left Nuffield College, and I was still finishing my doctorate. And he was asking around who could be a sort of organizer. And my supervisor at the time, John Goldthorpe, knew that I wanted to become involved in European issues. So he said, there's this chap Crouch. So I was there to organize book rooms for hotels and that sort of thing. But in the end, when I pulled the manuscript together, Sandro said, we're both editing this, both our names, and go on the cover. So I wrote Pizzorno and Crouch when I produced the manuscript. He said, no, alphabetical order. Now, no Italian professor, certainly in the 1970s, would ever have done that, allowed a very, very junior person, barely starting his career, not with a fixed job, really, to go ahead of him on an author's list. And it meant immediately in Italy, people thought I was as important in Britain as Sandro was in Italy, which is still not true. And that's why I began a career of getting invitations to do things in Italy, which has gone on ever since. But it just brings, the point of telling the story is it brings out he wasn't just a brilliant man, he was also a good man and a warm-hearted, generous man. So I just wanted to say that. Now, those of you who know Verdi's opera, La Traviata, will know that in the final act, the heroine who's dying because she's heroine in Italian opera, she has to die. And she's dying of tuberculosis. But just at the end, she suddenly gets an enormous rush of energy. And she thinks she's going to live. And she sings. And then, of course, she dies. And often in the years since the 1960s and 70s, I thought that that resurgence of the industrial conflict by the industrial and coal mining working classes and some agricultural workers was Violetta's final scene. Because soon after that, around 1970, is when employment in industry and coal mining in the West peaks. In Britain, it had already peaked, and it then starts to go down, and actually then during the course of the 80s and 90s actually collapses. And so the proportion of the workforce which is industrial gets smaller and smaller. So in a way, that was the final last explosion of the industrial and coal mining working class. And it really finishes by the end of the 70s. There's a few things go on after it. I mean, there was the defeat of Cigil in the Scala Mobile referendum in, I think, 1982, 84. And then the following year, the coal mining strike in Britain, which was an absolute disaster. And I always remember one event from that coal mining strike led by Arthur Scargill, the Yorkshire coal mining leader, who thought he would bring down the Conservative government. And he gave one speech in which he said, "We are fighting to keep jobs in the pits for our sons and our grandsons." 3 points, looking back from 2023 to 1985, 3 points. One, how utterly gendered that was. There were no daughters or granddaughters. Right? Second, the idea that you wanted to keep people working in that awful, dangerous environment for another 2 generations. You didn't think there might be change, that you'd get people out of that kind of work. You didn't want to. And third, that was less well understood at that time, that you wanted fossil fuel production to go on and on. So looking back from now, it's like a different world altogether. Now, but obviously conflict has gone on, as Guillaume has been talking about. Now I can't remember when this happened. It was either 20 or 15 years ago, and I can't remember where. It might have been in this country, it might have been somewhere else. But I remember a conference in which I said, public service workers were becoming the new spearhead of working class protest. And this was unfortunate because there was a danger of them being the kind of clients of political parties. And so this wasn't a good thing. Richard was there, and he gave me one of those stares that Richard gives you from time to time when he disapproves of it. There he is. But over the years and decades since then, I've often thought back on this point, and actually it is true, I think, that public service workers have become a major spearhead of industrial mobilization. And actually, although there is this problem of them being a client group of friendly governments, I think the advantages of public service workers as a new kind of vanguard outweigh those disadvantages. And I want to discuss what these might be. The majority of trade union members in most countries are now women and are public service workers. And these two things overlap. And there are some countries like France and the Baltic states where virtually the only union members are public service workers. So they're becoming the heart in the way that the industrial workers used to be. They're becoming the heart of trade unionism, and also the large majority actually, of medium and low wage, low status people in public services are women, and women are the relevant group to be the spearhead of the demands of future workforces around the balance between work and life and things like that. So public services have brought women to trade unions. The majority of trade union members are now women in nearly every country, possibly not Austria and Germany, but almost everywhere. And so that's another aspect of public service workers. Also, public service workers bridge what is becoming a really problematic gap, division within both the left and the right politically. At the present time, there is a tendency for the needs for collective action and the needs for international action to be something that's particularly well understood by people with high levels of education. The perception of the problems of climate change is far higher among people with a higher education than the below. So that, in a way, that therefore puts educated people towards the political left and collective action, needs for collective action. On the other hand, educated people tend to be richer than uneducated people, and that puts them on the right. And then you get the same thing on the right, in that their historical support base has been among relatively well-paid people, which tends to be the educated, but increasingly the political right is finding its home in anti-collectivism and anti-internationalism. But both sides of the political spectrum are riding two horses that are going in opposite directions. Now, public service workers, even when they're working in privatized sectors, they're still working with governments as their ultimate employer. Public service workers bridge this gap because they are a large number of them are quite highly educated. Looking the other way around, the majority of people with university degrees tend to work in public services, especially teaching and health especially. And yet they're not particularly well paid, a lot of them. So in a way, public service workers help bridge that growing gap between the relatively low paid and those with a collectivist perspective. So I think that's another important point about public service workers. The final point, before I go into some problems, is that public service hits at the point where today, or one of the 2 points, where today capitalism is most problematic, and that is in its inability to cope with collective needs. The biggest example, of course, is climate change, bigger than anything else. There are attempts to get capitalism to cope with it, but it only does that if there's an enormous amount of collective action by non-capitalist institutions, by government and social movements as well. But capitalism having a problem with climate change, it has enormous problems coping with infrastructure. I mean, the infrastructure of most of our countries is collapsing. There are the famous 700 bridges in Germany. There's the United States roads are collapsing. In Britain, we've just had to cancel a major railway project because we can't afford it. So capitalist societies are finding it very difficult to sustain the infrastructure that capitalism itself needs. And also, we are, all of us, refusing to allow taxation to rise to a point where public services, especially health services, can keep pace with technological developments, because we want to keep more and more of our incomes for the things that capitalism is providing for our private enjoyment. So capitalism is, at different times, capitalism has different problems. At the moment, it seems to me its real inability to cope with collective need is bringing us all down. And now, public service workers aren't relevant to all of those points, but they're relevant to quite a lot of them. And so they are, their problems, the fact that their pay is constantly being kept behind the rest of the economy, the fact that we're unwilling to recruit enough of them, so they're having to work too hard, work too long, that these are hitting at a major weakness of early 21st century capitalism. So for all these reasons, I think it's highly relevant. Public service workers have become the heartland of industrial, not just trade union membership, but also industrial action and protests. The full extent of public service employees didn't really come over so clearly in Guglielmo's diagram, because a large number of transport workers are either in public service or privatized public service. Because even when the main industries are privatized, they continue to be dependent on state funding and state regulation. So in a way, the public service, well, they nowadays call it services of general interest, don't they, in order to deal with privatization. But the fact that government is at the back of a large number of public service work, and therefore at the back of, and Guglielmo made this point, that the government is at the back of a large amount of industrial conflict, even though it looks as though government is becoming less involved. It's actually becoming more involved. Now, there are problems with this in that public service workers relate to capitalism only indirectly. And in an industrial conflict around a privately owned firm, there is some kind of struggle, a direct struggle between profit and wages. Not always, sometimes it's about prices, sometimes it's about productivity, but there's often an element of a struggle between profit and wage. So the class relationship is very clear and direct. In public service disputes, it's more indirect. It's rooted through government. Behind it is a general unwillingness to tax, which only really becomes very relevant to capitalism when it deals with the current trend across the world towards more and more regressive taxation, as capital gains corporate earnings, inheritance, are increasingly taxed more lightly than wages and salaries of ordinary workers. And so there's a push towards putting more of the burden on ordinary wage and salary earners. And that's very relevant to capitalism, because it's capitalism that says, if you increase capital gains tax in this country here, then we will locate ourselves somewhere else. Ability of capital to operate at a global level, whereas workers can't do that. So that is a complication and a problem. And another issue that's raised here is that quite a few of the major conflicts in employment at the present time are happening in sectors a very long way from public services, and that is the people working in the platform economies. The riders, for example, who are actually demonstrating a remarkable capacity to organize. I mean, usually when people are in widely distributed small workplaces, like in restaurants and such things, and shops, they're very difficult to organize. But these are people whose work is governed by the internet, and so they can organize. But their issues of security are a long way away from those of public service workers. And there is a real danger of a conflict. In particular, the political right likes to say, oh, it's all very well for you public service workers with your secure jobs. Think of these poor gig workers who are not going to do anything to help, by the way. They are all insecure, so you two should be enemies. That seems to me gradually the trade unions, especially in Italy, are recognizing this as an issue, actually. Instead of saying we represent the secure and you insecure people have nothing to do with us, they're increasingly realizing that the more insecure some workers become, the more insecure everyone eventually becomes. Because there's a general rise in insecurity. But that is an issue that is potentially problematic. Clearly, climate change is an issue of capitalism in which public service workers aren't particularly relevant. And there we stand aside and listen to Donatella's people and the social movements. I mean, as we've already heard today, the Crouch-Pizzorno studies, although they were based on industrial conflict, we always had other social movements going along as well, seen as part of something similar. And today, the social movement scene is far, far bigger than anything in that period, apart from the student movement. Then another issue that, well, actually, I've only got a couple of minutes. I'll leave one out because it's not relevant. Good point, but it's not relevant. Point that we've been hearing about already, the problem of class in post-industrial societies. In an industrial society, it's pretty obvious if you're working class, you work in a factory or a coal mine, you dress in certain kind of clothes, and you're very separate from people in the office. Post-industrial society throws up such a diversity of occupations and types. It's much more difficult to perceive that. And you need a sociologist to tell you what class you're in. Right? You say, what class am I? Oh, for an expert, you're here. But often, if you're in the lower end of the system, you're probably in an ethnic minority. And so you're much more aware of that than you are being in a class. Or you're a woman and you're aware you're all women together. You're aware of that. That comes first before you perceive a rather abstract concept of class. And so the role of class in all these conflicts, which obviously we're going to be discussing today, it is problematic. And of course, public service workers span traditional class divisions completely and utterly. Yet, the fact of public service workers is making them a category.
Thanks a lot. Our second speaker is Emilio Rainieri from University Bicocca. He's online. Can you hear us, Emilio? Yes, I am online. Yes. The floor is yours. You have 20 minutes for your presentation.
I can have the publish my PowerPoint slides.
Are you uploading this? Okay, okay. We are doing. Wait a second. Here they are.
I can speak.
Wait a second. That they were for. Now they are there.
Okay. Okay, I can move the slide.
We are doing these things. So gives us some sign or tell us to go ahead and we move the slides. Okay?
Okay. Okay. My presentation is a reflection 50 years later of our larger research on an event exceptional in history of Western European countries, in my opinion, because the demographic, economic, social, and ideological basis was conditions very exceptional that occurred only one time in history. Next slide, please. How can I can move the slides by slides?
Unfortunately, we have to do this, but if
okay,
now we have moved. Thanks.
Okay. Almost 50 years are gone. The world is radically changed and enlarged because our topics, our focus is maybe too much focused on Western European countries. Now the world is more large. Second, the problem is adopting a historical perspective. This is the first point. Second point is my point of view of my research that in the last years, my focus is now is labor market. Towards people workers, the composition or workers and people workers changed a lot in the last 50 years. And the people who were involved in the labor conflict 50 years ago now largely disappear. Next slide, please. And move. Okay. You have to remember that the conflict in late 70s, 60s and early 70s was a result of a huge economic and social progress in Western Europe. The Trente Glorieuses in French, the Golden Age in English, but also one of the reasons of its end. Working class was at the tops of this economic and social power for few years only, unluckily. In 1976 was a start of the large and long economic crisis, oil crisis, which destroyed much of manufacturing employment and destroyed working class that caused the conflict. Breve e ingrata è stata la stagione felice della classe operaia centrale. Is in Italian. Short and thankless was the happy season of the central working class. These are the words of Italian sociologist Arisa Cornero, who was in a young age a communist blue collars at Fiat. Coming back to the focus of my presentation now, the next slide, please. Next slide. Astral conjunction, 7 conditions occurred in some Western European countries for the first and the last time. Not all Western countries. For instance, Spanish and Portugal were in a dictator, still in dictator countries, and in Eastern European countries were communist controlled countries. Some of these conditions were the result of the economic growth during the tranquil years, during the Golden Age. Another was an occasional event, paradoxically, in the Second World War. Another was the event condition of the 19th century political source, Marxism. Next slide, please. The last generation of young people in the late 70s, 60s, a huge mass of children of the post-war baby boom entered not only the universities, and the universities changed a lot, were changed by conflicts inside university, not only in Europe, of course, but also the labor market and the factories. 20 years aged people attained over 14% in UK, France, Germany, and Italy was the top in the late in the century. Student movement preceded blue-collar strikes by only a few months. The number of people is important to cause mass movement. This occurred only in the change of young people in this period was important to change many things in Western countries. Next slide, please. Young, unskilled, not unionized blue collars was at the core of the conflict. In Italy, for instance, from 1966 to 1971, 1 million young people entered manufacturing jobs, equal half of first job seekers. Was a mass entry of young blue collars. The start of the class conflict in Italy was my topic in the Pizzorno research. At the beginning, they did not start the strikes that were started by all the unionized skilled workers who had the capabilities, the skill to organize and mobilize people. But afterwards, the new protagonist was the young and skilled workers that organized conflicts against piecework and skill hierarchy, against this traditional hierarchy to, for instance, increase of pay equal for everybody at no more percent as in the past. Next slide, please. A young working class with poor cultural divide and often free of family constraint. Among the young and skilled blue collars, many were immigrants, internal immigrants, for instance, in Italy. from the south region of Italy to north region where the plant involved in the conflict was more important, but also in other countries of European countries. People were coming from South European countries, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece. The cultural divide was not so hard anyway. Last, for instance, totally different from today, when the cultural divide in every European countries is important. Most of them were gastarbeiter, of even internal migrant was temporary and targeted migrants, people without family, young people free from family and social ties, more able to be mobilized and more prone to conflict. Next slide, please. We were in a really booming economy. After a very short economic recession for 2 years only, 64, 66, the post-war economic growth was resumed, and the year from 77 to 75 were very good, the best for the West European economy. Therefore, inflation started to rise with a negative impact on wages and requests for salary increase exploded. This is the third condition. Therefore, the first condition, next slide, please. A near full employment labor market. In 68, unemployment rate in Western European countries were the lowest in the recent history. Germany 1.2%, France 2.7%, United Kingdom 2.1%, Italy 5.5%, but this is a national average. In Northern, I don't find data for north of Italy, but I suppose that in north of Italy, where the conflict occurred, was very, very low. Therefore, among workers, the fear of losing their job and being unemployed was very low. Next slide, please. An economy mainly based on manufacturing. The employment in manufacturing was at the peak as a percentage of total employment in 68 in West European countries. Germany, 35.7%, France, 26.8%, Italy, 27%, but in northern region, very much higher, the percent of people employed in manufacturing. United Kingdom, at the top, also United Kingdom, 33%. Therefore, the entire society depended on the functional factories, and industrial strikes had a crucial impact on the life of everybody, even outside the manufacturing. And sixth reason, next slide, please. Big factories, the large employment of blue collar in big factories. I found data concerning also only Italy, but I suppose that the proportion was even higher in other European countries. 26% of people employed in manufacturing were in factories over 500 workers, and Italy is a country of small factories. Germany and France and UK, the tradition was of larger factories, even. And in this year, we're at the top of Fordist Taylorist organization of work. Very rigid organization of plants. The reason, the consequence was a higher power to strike for workers. The rigid organization are more open to conflict, and the probability to crash because of long is higher. Large number of workers. Large factories means mass workers in the same place. The fact is easier for them to broke difference with organization and to start solidarity among them. Finally, the next slide, not less important, a master ideology still important among workers e pro-labor activists. La classe operaia deve dirigere tutto. Working class must manage everything. This is the words on the flyer of one of many small group of students that in Italy supported the blue-collar movement. But this is a sort of joke. But the idea that the working class may have a destiny to be dominant in the society was still widespread among workers, trade unionists, pro-labor activists, and in the larger society too. The idea that workers, and especially blue collars, might have a happy destiny was not a small support for conflict, according to the same Italian sociologist Alessandro Pizzorno, who was a communist blue-collar fiat. Finally, the next slide, please. I forgot maybe one condition that was obvious at that time in all West European countries: a democratic political system. Yet at present, in the worldwide perspective, unluckily, this condition is not at all obvious everywhere. The case of China and some Asian countries is very interesting because of some socioeconomic condition, for instance, large factories, trade union organization, mass factories, and so on. But they are prevented largely by the non-democratic political system, and also in other Asian countries, it's the same. And the last slide. Some of these conditions don't exist anymore in every country. Working class ideology, for instance, is over. Some in developing countries does exist, but in developing countries, but they have to face other problems and conflicts, ideology, religious conflicts, for instance. Therefore, the other condition for labor conflicts can be found in rich and aged countries. Yes, maybe, but not like working class, maybe in for other workers, or other topics in the other place. The question is open for people who study social movement today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Emilio. We are perfectly on time. We have our last speaker for this panel from Scuola Normale Superiore, Johanna Hofstetter, New Frontiers of Collective Labor Identities, the Long Struggle for Sex Workers Unionization in Germany. Johanna, the floor is yours.
This audible? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on this panel. I'm maybe a bit of an outlier, not only because I present a case study from the flatline country of strikes, Germany, but also because I completed my PhD research with Donatella here in the beginning of this year, and I was actually researching sex worker movements in Germany, so using a social movement and feminist theory approach. And the question on the long struggle for unionization of sex workers in Germany was actually a sort of a byproduct that emerged out of this PhD. And I'm, for this reason, particularly happy to benefit from all this expertise on labor, which is here in the room today, to also help me make sense of some of the empirical material which I will be presenting. So just a very brief sketch of sex worker movements and unionization over the past decades. So we can say that the first sustained collective mobilizations of sex workers emerged in the 1970s with the first formation of sex worker collectives. I think we go back one slide. So there was the first formation of sex worker collectives in the 1970s in the US and also in Europe. And from this global movement actually developed in the wake of the HIV and AIDS crisis in the 1980s. And during this time, very significantly, there was a reframing of prostitution as sex work, which activists undertook. And this was in particular important not only to destigmatize this form of labor in the public mind, but also to lay claims to labor rights and protections and to lay claims to the recognition that come with that. And in the 1990s, which is probably of particular interest for the conference in these 2 days, we see a growing affiliation of sex workers with labor unions or a formation of labor unions by sex workers themselves, a phenomenon which was particularly pronounced in the global south, a bit less so in the global north. And in the 2000s, we see sex workers mainly engaging in counter mobilizations to the politics of anti-trafficking, which brought forward a lot of repressive laws and policies. And most recently, we see some scholarship actually conceptualizing sex workers as creative agents of everyday resistances, most especially in industries such as porn and platform work, and formulating potential learnings that these mobilizations can have for other industries. Move the slides with the arrows or no? So thank you. So an overview of sex worker activism in Germany. Germany has actually seen two distinct waves of sex worker activism. On the one hand, there was a self-titled whore movement, which emerged in the 1980s with the foundation of the first sex worker organization, Hydra, in Berlin, which still exists today as a counseling center. And this movement actually had an impact on legal reforms in Germany. So the 2001 Prostitution Act in Germany was heavily impacted by these workers' mobilizations. And because this law repealed the definition of sex work as immoral, it made contractual legal relationships and employment relationships possible. And this was then the kickoff point to sex worker unionization attempts, which the trade union Verdi, the United Services Trade Union in Germany, attempted right after 2001. We, however, know now that these attempts didn't amount to much. There was only a handful of sex workers who ever joined Verdi, and the whore movement also declined after 2001, leaving a phase of abeyance. And mobilization was then reignited only in 2013, which was when sex worker activists formed the first professional association of sex workers in Germany. So this was not a trade union, this was a professional association. And these activists sought to prevent the introduction of a new law, which contained a much more repressive and controlling approach than the previous Prostitution Act, which was really strengthening sex workers' rights. And we also know now that these activists didn't succeed in preventing this law, which was implemented in 2016. However, the sex worker movement sustained beyond 2016 and also through a phase of temporary prohibition of prostitution during the COVID-19 pandemic, and really developed into a sustained movement still organizing today. And finally, in 2021, sex workers unionized with the Free Workers Union FAU, which is an anarcho-syndicalist grassroots union. Next slide, please. I can do it. Big confusion, yes, okay. I got an agency, yes. So I approached my research mainly with the literature on coalition building, conceptualizing trade unionization as one of the potential coalitions available to sex workers, given that coalitions are very fundamental to the development and the political success of marginalized movements, and also the fact that threats and grievances are conducive to their formation. Coalitions, furthermore, are also an opportunity for movements to engage in an intersectional political praxis, especially during times of crisis. And just some notes on my methodology. I adopted a processual and relational approach to these mobilizations from 2013 on, building on more than 2 years of ethnography with sex worker activists in Germany and a qualitative data set. So why did I actually keep thinking about this question of labor unionization in the case of Germany? So first of all, when I started the research in 2018, I didn't really find much on this topic. So the mobilizations that emerged from 2013 on, these activists did not really make any attempts to labor unionization, and neither did Verdi revitalize its attempt from the early 2000s. But as we see, actually, labor frames are so omnipresent in sex workers' mobilizations, which not only in their campaign slogans, but also in the political demands of the movement that emerged at that time, which demanded professional equality in line with other professions, and also really emphasized the right to free choice of occupation, which is enshrined in German basic law. And more so, there are some scholars such as Gregor Gall, who wrote in the early 2000s, who saw Germany as one of the most advanced cases and most promising cases of sex worker unionization in the global north. So I kept asking myself, what happened to all of this? And I want to offer some preliminary insights into this from the data from my PhD. First of all, looking at the unionization attempts made by Verdi. So as I already said, right after the Prostitution Act was adopted in 2001, Verdi sought to organize sex workers. And this was very much guided by an approach that understood and recognized sex work as a profession and sex workers as acting subjects who deserved labor rights regardless under the conditions they worked under and regardless of the migration status they had. And Verdi actually proposed to negotiate standardized employment contracts with venue operators. And while many sex worker activists thought this wasn't such a bad idea, they also rejected this idea eventually because they feared to lose the freedom, flexibility, anonymity, and comparably high earnings that they could achieve in the sex industry. And after this attempt was then abandoned in the time leading up to the Prostitute Protection Act of 2016, Verdi engaged in some political consultations on the issue, but supported a way more restrictive and repressive approach to sex work. So Verdi supported, for example, the law's intention to combat crime and human trafficking in the sex industry, and very importantly, also separated the workers it represented from what it conceptualized as, for example, poverty prostitutes or forced prostitutes. So creating a division between what Verdi understood as self-determined workers within their own ranks and those who were outside of it. And these attitudes actually really disqualified Verdi as a coalition partner to sex worker activists who mobilized against the Prostitute Protection Act. And activists attributed these shifting solidarities specifically to the involvement of anti-prostitution unionists within Verdi, so members in crucial functions who did not recognize sex work as work, but as a form of violence and exploitation. And coming to the unionization attempts of FAO, the Free Workers Union, after the Prostitution Act of 2001, FAO actually engaged in a mostly only theoretical engagement with sex work, which was, however, quite ambiguous. So on the one hand, FAO analyzed the structural conditions of sex workers and conceptualized it in the context of precarized and globalized migrant work. At the same time, the rhetoric also included a lot of carceral anti-prostitution ideas, so the idea that human trafficking is especially rife in the sex industry and that this needs to be combated. And the few practical attempts that FAO undertook to organize migrant sex workers in Berlin were impeded, according to unionists, because these populations showed a fear of political self-organization in the first place. Later on, after the Prostitute Protection Act in 2016 was adopted, FAO tried again to reach out to sex workers through information events on the law and the legal obligations that they now had. But the low turnout at these events stifled this approach. So as a unionist I talked to, for example, said, if the workers don't mobilize and don't come to us, there's nothing we can do. We don't do shop floor organizing in brothels. And so this approach in the end also didn't lead to much. A significant aspect that also needs mentioning is that the Free Workers Union ruled out cooperation with the professional association that sex workers established in 2013 on the grounds that some of the sex workers organized within this association also operated their own venues in which they, of course, through bogus self-employment, functioned as employers and thus could not form part of the unionization within this union. And so I think overall there was also a failure due to inexperience, with unionists sharing that they did not have many insights on the diverse realities and needs in this vast sex industry, and a conceptual blurring and political discomfort with what it actually means to organize sex workers in practical terms. And this political discomfort is expressed, for example, in this quote by Miriam, a member of FAO, who said, with campaigns such as sex work is work, there is the problem that you can promote it as a slogan, But for a trade union, it of course raises the questions of what that means in practice. There's also the saying, all work is prostitution. That's true, of course, but through the use of the body and how the body is used when working, this, I think, is somehow still a thing that has to function in a more self-determined way. So while Miriam here recognizes that, of course, in all forms of work, the body is put to use, she separates this form of sex work from other forms of work, not because of the general use of the body in sex work, but because of the particular sexual use of the body. And so here we can, of course, see that certain ideas of sexuality as a private form of embodiment stand behind these statements. And according to this, then sex work and sexualities should be related not to the public realm of work, but to the private realm. And finally, another aspect that I think was quite an obstacle to unionization in Germany was the contested movement politics itself. So the question, is this actually about sex? Is this about work? Or is this about both? And I think large sections of the movement actually had a strong focus on the sexual politics. So emphasizing the freedom of choice, the freedom of self-expression, the possibility to have a individual personal self-realization through sex work, and actually emphasizing that this is a movement against a movement of sexual liberation, a sexual deviance movement, maybe in line to LGBT movements. And a bit of a smaller part of the movement was putting more of an emphasis on labor politics. So as you can see in this banner on the right from the May 1st demonstration some years ago in 2021, emphasizing that sex work is actually not a moral issue at all. It's a workers' rights issue. And there's something also reflected in these quotes by activists. So for example, Kerstin says, I also live out my sexuality and I just take money for it because we decide for ourselves whether it fits or not and which service I offer. Leo, on the other hand, really refutes this kind of perspective and says, I think a lot of people don't realize that sex worker rights is a labor movement. It's about workplace rights. It's not about sexual identity or sexual deviancy anyway. And finally, Casey finds that only putting a focus on labor rights is also alienating to people who don't have a background in Marxist politics. So she says that while I think we should have this ideological commitment to not basing our demand for labor rights and human rights on whether we enjoy our job, I still think if we're not in any way able to celebrate, then it just becomes really dry. So here we can see that there's a tension within the movement between the sexual politics, which is also one of sexual liberation and pleasure, and the labor politics, which is, of course, contained in these two constituting fields of sex and work that these activists are dealing with. And the struggle really here to how to deal with this intersection in the movement politics. And coming to then the final success for unionization with the Free Workers Union, specifically the Berlin chapter in Berlin in 2021. This was noticeably spurred by the threats and grievances which sex workers experienced at that time. So specifically the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also intensified anti-prostitution campaigns in Germany. And this interest from both sides, from both the union and sex worker activists, which had existed for a long time, then finally came together. And this sex worker section saw a rapidly increasing membership and a lot of motivation and commitment, according to activists. And if we consider that the FAU Berlin chapter had also had recent successes in mobilizing self-employed, flexibilized and individualized industries such as the delivery riders, which we have also already mentioned today, this raises the question whether the grassroots approach of FAO could actually point a way forward in sex worker unionization and mobilization in Germany. So I close with these words, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and the comments.
Thanks, Joanna. And now we have Lorenzo Zamponi, who is acting as a discussant or suggesting like a few comments, questions.
Yes, thanks a lot. I've been instructed by the organizers not to ask specific questions to the specific presentation givers, but instead to suggest some shared points, okay, that might be useful for the debate. So that's what I will try to do. Now, the first thing that emerges quite clearly, okay, is what Colin said in the beginning, but it resonated also in the following presentation. The idea of the early 1970s as the beginning of the end, okay, the last explosion in the industrial working class. And this is something that can sound provocative, but it's very clear from a historical perspective. I wonder to what extent this was an object of discussion then. Okay, I'm often thinking that I'm not sure that the people living in the 30 glorious years thought they were living in the 30 glorious years. Okay, those I know that lived in that phase always give me the impression that they were thinking in continuous progress line of thinking, in which it's obvious that we're living better than those who lived before, and it is as obvious that those who come after will live in a better way. And this also, obviously, the citation from Arthur Scargill that was done before on the mining strike of 1984, it's very provocative and interesting. And it brings to this idea that we're seeing the 1970s as the end of the centrality of the industrial working class. But still, there is something to be said to what happened next, because I think it's time to strike a balance, okay, or to say something about the failed promise of the knowledge economy. Because people were told their kids would not work in the pits, but would work as programmers, and instead their kids ended up working at Tesco. Okay, so the transformation from an industrial economy to a service economy was definitely different from what was promised at the time. And I think that the presentations that were given today point out quite clearly how a transformation of capitalism reflects on transformation of labor conflict. Okay, the centrality of transport and logistics, what was said about the public workers union, that resonates a lot on much of the work which has been done in the last few years on care economy. I think what Nancy Fraser has done and others, and I think it resonates quite closely to Joanna's last presentation, okay, to centralities of service workers, okay, and in a context in which service workers become more central in labor organizations because service provision becomes more central in the way our economy works. But there is something that was implied a couple of times during the presentation, but I've not seen ever mentioned explicitly, which is globalization. Okay, at the end of the second presentation, there was a reference to that. I've always been told that industrial production is still the core. It's only taking place elsewhere. And I think this might be something we want to discuss on if we're talking about the decline of the industrial working class as a political actor in Western Europe, and comparing it with what might be happening in other parts of the world. Another thing I'd like to point out, even obviously without the centrality, okay, of the industrial working class that was pointed out, there is still a huge variation within Western countries. The recent collective bargaining agreements that were achieved, I'm thinking about the US, okay, or in Germany, are very different from what we see in Italy. Okay, so even after, okay, the decline of the centrality of the working class, there is a capacity to achieve a certain improvement in some contexts and not in others. Okay, and what does this say on the ways in which the transformation of capitalism affects different contexts? And one last thing I'd like to point out, because it was something very visible transversely to the three presentations and it resonated a lot with what Donatella and Guglielmo presented at the beginning on Alessandro Pizzorno's work, is definitely the increasing centrality of recognition and identity, okay, and the gradual transformation of the language of class conflict, okay, from a language of wages, economy, and power to a language of freedoms and rights. The centrality of the word rights, okay, in labor struggle in the last 30 years, okay, is very different from what we had seen in previous phases. And I think this is one of the elements in which the work that was summarized before has proven quite significantly prophetic, okay, and can say something also on what we're witnessing now.
Thanks, Lorenzo. I think we open the floor for questions and for the comments. I see already 3 here. We take these 3 and then we ask, to react on these questions, comments, and then we do like another round of comments and questions.
Yes, thank you so much. In this room, there is the mentor of my BA thesis, Emilio, my PhD supervisor, Philippe, and my head of department at the UI, Colin. So now I start to realize why I'm so interested in the labor movement. Now, but thinking about the type of perspective, the very useful perspective that you gave in terms of the characteristics of the, say, structural characteristics of those who can claim to become a sort of historical actor. I remember in the book you, Colin, edited with Sandro, there was also a lot of critical reflections about the structural dynamics, in the sense that there was attention to the fact that there were several expectations, the central working class that Emilio mentioned, the technocratic class à la Mallet, also then the mass workers, unskilled, and so on. And questions that we also discussed a lot with in our group working on riders and drivers with Riccardo and with Lorenzo, is how to combine a sort of a more structural perspective, so the characteristics of the class, a more Marxist view, with the effect of mobilization on them. Because what it seems to me is that thinking about your book, the expectations were that the traditional working class would become more important. And then instead it was young and skilled migrants. And it transformed their consciousness. It created, in fact, Colin at the end of his presentation said, it's a category, the one that you are describing, not a class. The same is true also for Joanna's group. So like in our work, where we tended to distinguish our argument between Marx, Lenin, and Sandro Pizzorno, or a bit of Rosa Luxemburg, here also the general questions I have is about the connections between the category and the potentials that this category have to mobilize collectively, but then also the ways in which the conjunctural dynamics of the struggles tend to produce a class consciousness that could be very advanced also in groups that you consider to be more backward for the type of conditions. And in this sense, thinking about the useful distinctions that Emilio made about the conditions that are no longer there, it seems some conditions are present: young people, unskilled, migrants, not Fordist, but for sure a type of reflection, if not on the Marxism that Emilio presented, which is more the workerist visions of Marxism, of how a sort of post-Marxist visions could link together or could breed visions that could mobilize also groups that traditionally would not be our first guests.
Thanks. Just for people who don't know me, I'm Jonathan Zeitlin. I'm a visiting fellow here at the Chomsky Institute and an emeritus professor of political science at the University of Amsterdam. I just should say that as a very beginning graduate student, I reviewed these two books. It was the first my first academic publication, but I cannot find where the publication appeared. It doesn't turn up in Google Scholar. Maybe I'll eventually find it in my files somewhere. So my question is first and foremost directed towards Colin, although it could also be addressed to Emilio, and it was spurred by the earlier presentations by Donatella and Guglielmo. And that is to say, and also this idea of what Alessandro Pizzorno might have said if he were here. And my question is, why did you call the book The Resurgence of Class Conflict in Western Europe? And what did you mean by that? Because looking back at the books, this is not really conceptually very developed. I mean, there are short prefaces. The term class conflict, class struggle barely appears in the famous essay by Pizzorno that Donatella cited extensively about political exchange and collective action. The term class doesn't appear. If we look at the Italian volume by Pizzorno and Ida Regalia, Marino Regini, and Emilio Raineri, it's very focused on different groups of workers, their forms of action, their interrelationships with each other. Is not very focused on the idea of the working class struggle. There are a few throwaway comments at the end of Pizzorno's introductory essay about the place of Italy in the international capitalist system and how that may affect relations between the capitalist class and the working class, but it's very disconnected from the main analysis of the book. And since we now have a digital edition of these books, so we searched them, which I did in a very cursory way. I obviously couldn't search for class conflict because it's everywhere on the title pages of the chapters. So I searched for class struggle. And what I found is that there are some authors who use it as an analytical category. Much more common is references to it as an actor category. So particular unions which find themselves as engaged in mobilize workers around. And given the notorious difficulties to which both you alluded, of trying to make any kind of rigorous connection between class as a socioeconomic category or position of individuals in a structure, collective identities, collective organization, collective action, I tend to think that perhaps the approach that Guglielmo introduced from Mike Howard of the representative claim can be applied much more widely, that this is a recursive category that different actors use. They try to mobilize people in the name of the working class. They claim sometimes that achieve resonance, and people internalize this as an identity, and sometimes not. But it that this kind of contingent claim and the acceptance and acting on it by collective actors would be the way to do it. That's my view, but I'm interested in what you thought you were doing at the time, because it's very underdeveloped in the...
Okay, thanks. Can you pass the speaker, Philip?
Well, Philippe Schmetter, Patient Committee, Donatella. I want to stress how important and how subversive the presentation by Joanna. What it calls into question is, what are you going to use as an indicator of conflict? Forget about class conflict. In fact, one of the messages that we got from her presentation is there's no class conflict whatsoever. And the attempts of this group to organize itself and to make alliances and present it in a wider were utterly unsuccessful. And so I don't think that's just an accident of sex workers. I think this is a phenomenon we will see more and more. So it's sectoral or professional conflict that is much more significant. And in her case, she showed very clearly how a class-based strategy was simply impossible. But the main thing is that I think there's a danger in this topic of being trapped by sort of previous professional torsions, and the most important of that is the extent to which, at least in some of these presentations, strikes are regarded as the indicator of class conflict. There are lots of different indicators of class conflict, and the problem, of course, is some of these conflict indicators are not very easy to find out, to discover, because they go unrecorded or they are disguised by the very participants. And so I would like to comment on that. Emilio, I want to disagree with one factual statement you made, namely, there is a lot of worker resistance in China. And just by coincidence, I had to give I gave a lecture in Guangzhou, which is kind of a center, right? And a guy comes up to me, throws his arm. Taken a seminar with me at the University of Chicago a long, long time ago, and it made him into a labor activist. He was in the crises of the working movement in Guangzhou. And what he would do was, they were amazing what they could do. They would slow the assembly line down just in one single part, but it would be strategic. Or some particular part would break, and that would also cause a work stoppage. So he would coordinate. You can't call them strikes. You could call them contentious events or very, and the thing that amazed me was there was no trade union. Or there was an official trade union, but that had nothing to do with it. But it was all done by electronic communications and confidence that other workers would not only coordinate behavior, but not turn him in or others in. So what I'm saying is, it seems to me the underlying message is that if we're talking about class conflict, we probably should get rid of the word class because it's very misleading. And most of these conflicts then are going to be focused on segments or working or not. And secondly, not to be so concerned or to use as an overall indicator of the level of conflict and less frequent, and there are more and more. But one of the things was mentioned, especially in yours, is recourse to legal, getting to changing the law or court cases, putting court cases, for example, is much more common now than it was in the past, and I don't think that's an accident. I think that is a changing characteristic of how one resists the domination of capitalism.
Sorry to go back to a point which we might forget, raised by Emilio Reineri minutes ago, and it is about youth, class, and movement. This is a very interesting intersection. Maybe the first one, which was made about the new militant working class of the late 60s, early 70s, was made of young people, apart from the fact which Emilio Reineri reminded, the young people were not the beginners of the struggles, workers which were more skilled, as Arisa Cornero had underlined in several works, were the real beginners. But later, the militant subject was, for a number of years, late 60s, early 70s, made of young workers. Males, by the way. They definitely were males, not women. But this is another matter. From a different point of view, not looking at the militant working class, but thinking of 68 and the militant 70s, not exactly in the past, but around in society. 1968, definitely young people movement, was very short, as a very well-known book of the later of the 70s by Goffredo Foffi, was not exactly a sociologist or a trade union expert, but a literary person, a writer, a filmmaker, etc., had this well-known book, The Short 68. 68 was very short. It was what? Forgotten around the new but well-known themes of the workers' militant and the new trade unionists. So what is the relationship between the 68, the young people movement, and the working class movement? 70s and matter of a very early intersectionalist work and youth and social movement.
Thanks. Pauline, do you want to start to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I think we should also respond to our discussant, to other Lorenzo. But did people during the Tronc years say how glorious life is. No, they didn't. I'm thinking of my own parents' generation. They'd had 2 horrifying world wars that had killed millions and millions of people. In between that, there were enormous economic recession, the rise of fascism and Nazism. That they were relieved. Right? They were the 30 years of relief. Oh. But also of fear, because they kept thinking war would happen again. We were living under the shadow of the hydrogen bomb, and prosperity seemed precarious, because in a short-lived prosperity in the 1920s had ended very quickly in major crises. So I think they were years of relief and of anxiety. And for many people, of course, life has been a lot better since the Trente Glorieuses. Most women would say it's been better since. So it is a contested concept. You were right when you said we hadn't really discussed globalization properly. I mentioned it a bit in relation to taxation, but obviously it's the way that globalization has taken place in a very unregulated way. I mean, now all regulation has collapsed around globalization, actually, but regulation was all about ensuring free markets. There was no attempt to incorporating labor rights. So a country could enter the world trading system. It's almost no, precisely. But you had to have certain proof you got proper markets. You were never required to not have slaves. Never required not to exploit children. I mean, none of that was part of it. And so globalization naturally put a pressure on the standards of living of working people in the West, and that is one of the things that has led to certain declines, in particular in labor security, as well as in the long run wages. Globalization is also relevant, I think, to one of Joanna's themes, which is trafficked workers. Now, sex workers are only part. Not all sex workers are trafficked, and by no means not all trafficked workers are sex workers. They're in agriculture, they're in domestic service, they're even in industry. But globalization, one of the consequences of globalization has been high levels of immigration, which leads to high levels of control against immigration, which leads to trafficking, which leads to people whose lives are lived in total illegality and who can't have any rights at all. And that's going to, as our countries all get more oppressive towards immigration, there will be more and more trafficked workers. So that's another secondary consequence or tertiary consequence of globalization. Now, coming on to Donatella's point, yeah, there is a very interesting relationship between mobilization and structure. That we have a word, there's a word in English, mainly among English schoolgirls, a frenemy. A frenemy is your friend and your enemy, simultaneously. And mobilization and structure are frenemies. But start with mobilization. For mobilization to get continuity, and to last beyond the outrage of a few weeks or months, it needs to create structures. And gradually structures kill mobilization. And so there is a constant moving between the two. I always remember Sandro looking at pictures of the French Communist Party when they decided to lead the big demonstrations in Paris in May and June. Because the Communist Party had said, this is wrong, the time is not right for the revolution, so this shouldn't be happening. Oh, they were right, of course. They're absolutely right. It wasn't time for the revolution. And Sandra said when they came to lead the march, they seemed to be leaning backwards, as though they weren't so much leading it as trying to push it back. It's because it was disturbing their structures. And I think, without mobilization, there's no structures. But structures need a constant renewal of mobilization. And I think this just goes on, and has to go on. Actually. Now, Jonathan. Sandro made 2 changes to the title page I designed. One was to put my name in front of his. The other was to change my word industrial to class. Now, the reason he did it was, I think the majority of participants in that project were Marxists, for whom it was necessarily and automatically, per definitionem, class conflict. So it didn't need to be so explicit. I'm not a Marxist, so to me it wasn't automatically class conflict. To me, conflict mobilizers can try to encourage people to see themselves as part of a class, and they sometimes succeed, but they don't always succeed. You should start off with what's actually happening, and then you see. Sometimes the definition of class is imposed by mobilizers. Sometimes it's imposed by the enemy, actually. Or this class, therefore you don't have certain rights. So class is something that's imposed, or people are either forced or persuaded to adopt. So for me, that's always been problematic. So I can't help you, really. That was very fun. Huh? Eh? Yes, because it seemed to be class conflict was one of the things that emerged from it, actually. It was how class conflict was changing, yeah. I think that will do.
Okay. Emilio Ranieri, do you want to answer? We can't hear you. Maybe the mic is off. Wait, Emilio. Emilio, we can't hear you. Devi mettere il microfono.
Okay.
Eccoti.
Can I speak?
Grazie.
Okay. It's easy to comment from outside the conference, but 2 or 3 points. First, we are living in a society totally different from period where 50 years ago Pizzorno research on labor conflict in Europe was carried out. First point that is important, now conflicts, they are one point totally different, not only the subject, but also people involved in the conflict. The concept is a tertiary conflict. In many conflicts concern in society of services, the customers. Conflicts in public service, for instance, transport. This is the case of today's in Italy. People involved are customers, travelers. Strikes in public services, for instance, is a problem important. In trade unions have problems between support by workers and support by customers, by people. This is important. In any other cases, there are some problem concerning, this is maybe the lesson from research, concerning not the subject, but the organization of the conflict. For instance, the problem of recognition. Sex workers conflict, for instance, have a problem of recognition, to be recognized as people. But this is the same problems of working, low-skilled working class 50 years ago. Therefore, not the subject, but the ways to mobilization. This is maybe a lesson from the research of 50 years ago. Another problem is the skills to organize mobilization. Organize mobilization is not the easy task, and people have the skills to organize and to mobilize people. Therefore, this society totally different, of course. where we're living now in Europe, in Western Europe. For instance, the return of religious difference. Religious difference in Europe will be, in my opinion, in the future, a source of conflict. 50 years ago, we have no problem of religious conflicts. But I suspect that in the next future, religious conflict will explode in Europe. Therefore, the subject should be totally different. But maybe some ways of mobilization, of ways organized conflict, probably of recognition. This is the lesson of all the research we carry out 50 years ago.
Thanks. Thanks, Emilio. Now, Joanna.
Yeah, thank you also from my side for all the comments. I think I want to just quickly say something about the transformation of language that Lorenzo mentioned to rights and freedoms, which, of course, in the case of sex worker movements globally, this political arena of international human rights organizations is actually one where they have achieved their most significant political successes. So being recognized by the UN, by ILO, by Amnesty International on terms of actually deserving human rights, labor rights, and so on and so forth. And I think specifically also in the case of Germany and other country cases for sure as well, the emphasis on freedom and self-determination as a direct response to the victimization and the criminalization that is a part of anti-trafficking policies. So the common political response to the problem of human trafficking, certainly in the case of sex work, has been a carceral response. So to criminalize, to control, to restrict migration, and not one of furthering rights and furthering self-determination. So I think this is very closely related. And then also on the observation that, of course, there's a complete absence of the term of class struggle or the idea of class struggle in these mobilizations. And even if in recent years the movement in Germany has made at least discursive commitment to becoming intersectional, then those intersections that are looked at, those other categories that are looked at are not class. That comes actually never. So we first see race or ability, migration status, citizenship as categories that come up in this intersectional thinking. And interestingly, no, I've not yet seen sex worker strikes in Germany. And actually, interestingly, the only context where I see class coming up is in attempts to delegitimize this movement. So, of course, there's a very, I wouldn't call it a continuation of the so-called sex wars of the 70s or 80s, because there's still a different composition of actors and discourses in this case, but of course there's a strong opposition between sex worker movements and anti-prostitution movements, which are composed mainly of feminists, but also conservative and increasingly right-wing actors. And the opposition to sex worker movements is often based on the supposed privilege that sex worker activists have. So claims are made that while all of these activists are high-earning brothel workers or BDSM workers, they are not the sex workers standing in the street earning very little. So they are just the 1%. They shouldn't have a say on these issues. So this is actually where class comes in, actually by the oppositional movements in order to delegitimize. So I think that's also an interesting thing to consider further. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hello everybody. Hello again. I think we can start with the second section of this afternoon conference. The section is the resurgence of class conflict, mobilizations in the 70s and in the 2020s. And we have three speakers. Professor Richard Hyman from the London School of Economics, Professor Marino Regini from the University of Milan, and Professor Michael Shalef from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. We thank them for their participation. They have a lot in common because they were all friends and close collaborators of Alessandro Pizzorno. And I think we can start because this session is a bit shorter than the previous one. So I ask Professor Hyman to start with his speech. The title of his speech is Occupational Structure, Collective Organization and Industrial Militancy, 50 Years On. Floor is yours. You have 20 minutes, and I will inform you when you have only 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Is the mic working? Sounds as if it is. The title, which is rather long and complicated and boring, is the title of my chapter in the book. I can't remember. I very much doubt if it was my idea. I blame Colin, I think. And despite my avowed Marxism, I don't know if my analysis was in terms of class struggle. These are the themes I'll be covering. First of all, situating what I wrote in the 1970s, then raising the question, are we in a new age of precarity half a century later? And linked to that is the new working class, which was in a sense, the inspiration of the whole project. Mallet's notion that there was a new working class emerging. Is the new working class now a precariat? And finally, saying something about the contingencies, collective interests and action. So, starting from the 1970s, the key debate which framed what I wrote and framed many of the other contributions to the book, is there a new working class? And if there is, what does that mean? Collective interest and collective action. How relevant is it to interpreting the conflicts of the late 60s and early 70s? And one can see the debates of the time in terms of a reaction to the thesis linked to people like Bell and Dahrendorf, who argued that there'd been a shift from traditional manual industrial occupations towards new white-collar occupations, and this caused either a quantitative decline in trade unionism if the new groups of workers were not unionized, or a qualitative decline because, in a sense, they diluted the identity and actions of more traditional trade unionists. And the counter thesis, which I suppose particularly identified with writers like Mallet and Turenne and Carodi in France, was that the new technically qualified employees were more capable of radical collective projects than the old industrial working class. And to some extent, 1968 was seen as a validation of that thesis. I also looked my chapter at other trends in occupational structure, the decline of the so-called isolated mass, I suppose in particular coal mining, but other sort of proletarian occupations as well. And the debate, was this a negative sign because it reduced militancy, or was it a positive sign because it encouraged a less parochial vision of struggle? One thinks here, I suppose, in terms of Turren's analysis of different dimensions of class consciousness in particular. Another important debate, the degradation of traditional skills. It was around this time that Braverman's book was published, and the whole notion that the new working class, for those analysing in these terms, was actually a lower skilled worker, the operaia massa in Italy, and that these workers had perhaps a particular potential for militancy, a collective struggle. And the growth of public services and the extent to which both budgetary constraints could also be an incentive towards militancy. And the main conclusions I wrote were, first of all, fluidity and ambiguity were everywhere. There was no simple unilinear narrative, and that cross-national variation was enormous, that some of the radical analyses were very nation-specific. And also, and this is an interesting in relation to what Emilio was saying earlier, certainly the statistics showed reduction in unemployment in most of the countries concerned, but also I said there was indication of growing consciousness of insecurity. And this then brings us forward to half a century later. And a number of things have to be said. First of all, work in general and wage labour in particular have almost always and everywhere been precarious. And when we talk of decommodification, of what the Germans in particular call the normal employment relationship, one is talking about something which was historically exceptional, which were geographically bounded and was built on very specific preconditions. The balance of class forces in the post-war era, the degree to which there was national economic autonomy, which was already disappearing, and to some extent the fear of evolution, which was symbolized even by the very distortive regime which existed in the East, in a sense kept the ruling class in order, if one can put it in those terms. And therefore, workers were in a position to win gains which were very specific to this time. Clearly, more recently, there's been a great expansion of insecurity, a range of contracts which were barely known in many cases in the 1970s, the rapid growth in many countries of involuntary self-employment. More recently, the rise of the gig economy and platform work, and perhaps industry Mark IV and artificial intelligence, which in many ways can be seen as reinforcing the Babbage principle. You simplify and de-skill and cheapen as many occupations as you can, while creating some relatively new advantage, perhaps new working class, Mark IV, at the other extreme. what we clearly see is financialization and digitalization leading to a fragmentation of employment structures and increased inequality, what David Weil called the fissured workplace, not dualization in his terms, but fissuring, COVID creating new risks, and a very wide range of differentiations by age, gender, and ethnicity. I'm rattling on because time is short. Now let me slow down slightly since I have a bit more time left. Guy Standing talked about the precariat as a new dangerous class. Conversely, André Gortz, writing several years earlier, talked about the non-class of non-workers. Very different assessments of the organizational and political implications of precarity. And Standing himself, hedging his bets, talked about it in other parts of his analysis as a class in the making. And elsewhere, he talks about a class at war with itself, with three distinct groupings. Those who were threatened by new insecurity when they previously had enjoyed the reality or the expectation of stable employment in traditional industries. A second group, relatively detached, primarily migrant workers who look back nostalgically to where they came from without necessarily having a clear project in their new country of work, and what he calls the progressives, which have many links with Mallay's new working class, except whereas he saw them as in stable, in some ways materially advantaged positions, for Standing, they were now graduates who didn't have what they were promised and were angry about it and had the organizational skills to react. So very different analyses, very different understandings also of the future. Standing gives two scenarios, Paradise and Inferno. Ulrich Beck, writing around the same time, talks about one tendency towards Brazilianization, another a tendency towards the emergence of Bürgerarbeit, civic labor, in which dignity and purpose was restored. Robert Castel differentiates it in other ways, talking about his multiple zones of integration, precarity, and detachment. And what is very clear from research in the last couple of decades is that there are many different scenarios, to some extent nationally variable, but more generally true, that collective action and inaction are all associated in different ways with more precarious work situations. So finally, some of the contingencies of collective action. And I think the chapter half a century ago, I emphasized the significance of contingency, the lack of any clear master narrative. What is very clear, and this thinks back to some of Donatella's opening remarks, interests and identities are not objectively given, or not, they're not only objectively given, they're socially constructed. Subjectivity and memory are important, and we may hear more about memory in the discussion. In a sense, imagination and imagined communities are fundamental elements of our analysis. Trade unions have always attempted, never wholly successfully, to construct solidarity and collective agency out of diversity. And in that sense, looking for a golden age of solidarity, common interests and common struggle. The Chimera, it's always been a project perfectly and incompletely realized. And so coming back in particular to the debate with Standing, it's as much a question or more a question of practice as of theory, whether the precariat, whatever one means by that, is part of a broader progressive movement, whether it develops its own collective project, or whether it intensifies the war with itself, leading to greater political and industrial fragmentation. And clearly the political fragmentation, the possibilities of reactionary as well as progressive responses are very evident in what we've seen much of the world in the last decade or so. And so, and I've done my, do I really have 5 minutes left or still? I doubt it. By count, I was running short of time. Essentially, this comes back, I think, to the broad topic of this conference. We can't predict from outside what the futures of collective activity or inactivity holds. Whether there may or may not be a new resurgence is not something which can be scientifically analysed a priori. That there are many actors with many different agendas who are trying to shape the outcomes. And we are not, at the end of the day, in the process, crystal ball gazing. And perhaps even more so, there are limits to which we can extrapolate on what is now a very long time ago in the lifetimes of those who were involved at the time, and there's some in the even more distant past for those of you who are younger. At the end of the day, it's a question of collective initiative, and the initiatives are multiple and multifarious. So I leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to Professor Hyman, and we can now move to Professor Marino Regini from the University of Milan. His talk is titled Between Sociology and Political Economy, Pizzorno's Analytical Toolkit in the Study of Industrial Conflict and Trade Union Action. So floor is yours again, and you have 20
the
minutes.
Assistant here, the technical assistant.
Okay.
There is
Right.
a centralized control. Can we switch?
Yeah, sure.
Little agency left to us.
You don't need.
5 minutes I've already
You don't
gone.
need this, do you?
Yes.
You do.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this very important intellectually and also from a point of view of emotions, important conference because it reminds the work that we did, many of us did with Alessandro Pizzorno 50 years ago. And what I want to do in this, this presentation is to revisit Sandro Pizzorno's analytical toolkit in studying the intense industrial conflict of that period, and also not just the intensity of the industrial conflict was important for him, but it was for us, but it was the radical new forms of action and the radical and innovative new demands. So it was not just a quantitative phenomenon, but it was a qualitative phenomenon that was not just the intensity, but also the different forms and different demands. And what I fortunately have it worked with you.
She will stop.
Ah, all right, thank you. And now I have to. No. No. Okay. All right. Why did I give this title Between Sociology and Political Economy? Because, well, I have to say that my revisitation will be more critical or self-critical than what Donatella and Guglielmo did today, but you know, it's a right division of labor. You are now, you know, you were not part of that enterprise, and you can be very enthusiastic about that. And you see that the ones who were part of that enterprise, including Emilio before now, me, myself, Ida, and others, are more self-critical. So what I want to do is to try to revisit his analytical toolkit, having in mind the fact that he, in studying industrial conflict and trade union action, he used an analytical toolkit that he saw as part of a universal sociological theory. He really thought that the concepts that I will discuss later of formation of new identity, of new collective identities, political exchange, etc., were the stones of a new universal, of a new sociological theory of universal value. But this claim fights somehow with the fact, on hindsight, that this toolkit was actually shaped by the features of a specific stage of capitalist development, which was, on a hindsight, we can say now, the Fordist Keynesian stage of capitalist development, which from both a labor market point of view and an organizational point of view, strongly empowered a segment of the working class, which was the semi-skilled workers, which were quantitatively the most important part, but besides that, and in this, I'll come back to that, but they were also hegemonic somehow in the working class at the time. And that was so because that specific stage of capitalist development gave them a special empowerment, special power resources that were never before so strong, and that would never be the same in the following decades. So the uniqueness of that period that Emilio has already, but also in different ways, Richard has stressed, has emphasized, could not be understood at the time, because of course at the time we could not understand the uniqueness of that period. And this accounts for, this is my argument, this accounts also for the use of some key concepts that I will discuss now, that Sandro used, and that he thought were of universal value, whereas they were strictly shaped by that stage. All right. And I believe that both the strengths and the weaknesses of his analysis that I will try to synthesize at the end of my talk stem from this contradiction. I will analyze, well, 4 key concepts. I will discuss only 3 because the fourth one, representation system, I leave it to Ida's discussion tomorrow morning. She will discuss about representation, so I will, knowing that, I decided to. So I will discuss 3 concepts actually that were key to Sandro's analysis. The idea of a cycle of class struggles, it has been referred to before by Donatella, for instance, but I will try to say why it was a very unclear concept or a contradictory concept that he used. Formation of new collective identities and political exchange. All right, let's start with the cycle of class struggles. The workers' mobilization, the exceptional workers' mobilization of the late 1960s and early 1970s was conceptualized by Sandro Pizzorno and by all his teams, that is by us also, as a cycle of worker struggles. Now, why did he use the concept of cycle? Taking into account that more or less at the same time, 1974, if I remember correctly, Shorter and Tilly published a very influential book on strikes in France over a century that Sandro admired a lot. I remember that he quoted this study at length, and I remember that he told us, read it, it's very important, and so on. And the concept by Shorter and Tilly was a strike wave. Not strike cycle of worker struggles. So why didn't he use? If Sandro was here, I would use his verbal technique and tell him, ask him, what do you precisely mean by cycle? that is the way that he would address all of us. Now, if I recall the fact that not only Sandro, but all of us were very convinced of using the concept of cycle instead of strike wave, was the fact that he was and we were especially attentive, of more interested in understanding the internal dynamics of the collective mobilization. That is, how radically new demands, new forms of protest, new relationships between trade unions and workers and so on slowly emerge, then erupt, and eventually decline. That is the whole internal dynamic, then its origin. He was more interested. However, my point is that the concept of cycle, the word cycle has 2 different meanings. I looked at the Oxford English Dictionary, and there are actually 2 different meanings. One is a recurrent round of successive events. I'm quoting now the dictionary, so I cannot. And the second is a regular order or succession in which things recur. Now, the second meaning is what we all agreed, I mean his research team, and not only him, we agreed upon that is a regular order or succession in which things recur, and this meaning explains Pizzorno's emphasis on internal dynamics of conflict, and this, I think, is his legacy. The most important in the use of this term, the important legacy is be attentive to the internal dynamics, which was especially, I don't know who read, but it was especially not only complex, but also fought against the common views, because what we discovered, Emilio, I remember, wrote the chapter on that, the new cycle was not initiated by the semi-skilled, in a spontaneous way, by semi-skilled young workers, marginal migrants, blah, blah, blah. It was always, in all the companies that we studied, initiated either by trade union militants or by skilled workers who had the experience, who had the knowledge of how to organize a strike, and also the experience of how to deal with. Only after this beginning, then there was the coming into play of the semi-skilled workers that were young, migrant, not used to unionization and so on, and that brought with them the radical new demands, egalitarianism, fight against the organization of work. These were demands advanced by them, but only after the cycle of conflict had been already initiated by others. All right, so focus on the internal dynamics. However, if we have in mind the two meanings, there is also the recurrent round of successive events that instead would imply a different thing, would imply a historically bounded view of industrial conflict. That is the idea that what you have, what you are studying now, the period of late 1960s, late 1970s, is just one of several recurring eruptions of conflict that more or less with the same internal structure, internal dynamics erupt from every 30 years, 40 years. Now, what I maintain is that Sandro, there was an ambiguity in his view, because in some writings he explicitly focused on the second meaning, that is the internal dynamics. We do not propose here a cyclical theory of industrial or class conflict. We merely say that it is high time that attention be paid to periodic variation in certain phenomena. That's what Donatello already quoted at the beginning. In others, however, he took the recurring nature of strike waves for granted. It is well known that periods of high industrial conflict have a cyclical character. This is a general explanation of this phenomenon must therefore be found in the cyclical development of the capitalist system. And I argue here that he was unclear. We all were unclear. We were unclear at the time because not only we focused on the internal dynamics, which is his lasting legacy, but we also thought that this would happen periodically, and that was heavily coming from the fact that we were living a period that we did not think that it was unique. We thought that it would be repeated eventually in the following times. That was not so. Okay, let me go faster, otherwise I will be interrupted. Second concept, the formation of new collective identities. Now, I want to remind here that at the time in which he was writing, we were writing, there were more or less the three dominant views in the literature on industrial conflict. One was, well, Richard Hyman, Gianprimo Cella, who have studied, written on industrial conflict. Richard can correct me, but more or less what I remember, basically three theories. One saw conflict as industrial conflict as a protest against poor economic or working conditions. Another opposite view was it was the outcome of economic, organizational, or political conditions that empower workers. And the third view was conflict as the consequence of underdeveloped industrial relations that should prevent the conflict, but since they are underdeveloped, they cannot prevent conflict. Now, Alessandro Pizzorno did not, elaborate his theory against these views, but he found that in all these theories, the missing element that explains not just the volume of strikes, not just conflict in quantitative terms, but as I said before, also the radical forms of action and the new demands was the inability of weak trade unions to represent new entries, it's a word in the labor market. So it was what already Donatella and Guglielmo today recalled what he called strikes for recognition, taking explicitly the concept, he says in some passages, from the language of American unionism, where strikes for recognition are exactly the strikes that are called not to increase wages or better working conditions and so on, but to enforce its own recognition to the employer, okay? So Sandro thought that there was a sort of equivalence to the periods in which these new collective identities go on strike not so much to get new material advantages, but to force their recognition not only to the employer but also to the unions, to the association which should represent them and doesn't. Here it's a long quotation, but I think it's perhaps the passage in which most clearly he says what he means. Periods of destabilization and conflict appear when the unions are either unable or unwilling to prevent new entries and the formation of new collective identities. Here, the logic of exchange and negotiation is unknown or abolished. The real end is non-negotiable, since it consists in the formation of the very subject which has successively to become the actor of the exchange. Okay, I don't know, it's too long, but it's very, very clear now. Now, what I want to maintain is that this view has proved less useful to understand the evolution of industrial conflict in the following decade than it might have been predicted in the 1970s. Because if you look at least in Italy, but not to I focus on Italy because our research was focused on Italy. We can say that in the decades that followed, the unions, while they preserved a quasi-monopoly of industrial conflict, they have dramatically decreased their ability to represent the changing world of work. And however, the new groups of workers, largely underrepresented by the unions, have not given rise. In this case, I think I disagree with parts of what Donatella and Guglielmo presented earlier. I think that they have not given rise to a process of formation of new collective identities from which a radically new wave of conflict should be expected, in the sense that the gig workers or the whatever, the various, they have used radical forms, radical new demands, but they were extremely a segment which was never capable of gaining hegemony over the whole labor movement. They were probably not even interested in gaining hegemony, but anyway, they didn't get it all. Now, not getting hegemony, this means that they could, propose very radical forms or demands and so on, but they remained very segmented. Public workers, very often, public employment workers, very often have adopted, find the word, adopt forms of struggles that are extremely radical, but they have not become hegemonic, not only in the working class, but even less in the general view, as this is totally different from what happened 50 years ago, where the new workers, the new entries, to use Pizzorno concept at the time, rapidly enforced their hegemony over the whole working class. They were basically situated in some sectors of manufacturing and of chemical industries, but they were rapidly able to speak on behalf of the whole working class. And nobody would object to the fact that they could speak on behalf of the whole working class. Okay. The concept of formation of new collective identities has spilled over to studies of other social movements, but outside the original context of labor market, and yet it remains a key insight. I'm going faster because otherwise, the third concept. Okay, 5 minutes. The third concept is the third key concept in Pizzorno analytical toolkit was the one of political exchange. He introduced an analytical distinction between 3 different kinds of exchange, which took place in the labor market, that he also saw as a historical sequence. Very briefly, he says individual exchange is where reward salary is obtained in exchange for work. Collective bargaining is where the reward salary is in exchange for the assurance of continuity of work, and some individual exchange survives in residual forms. Political exchange takes place where, and here I am quoting again, where an actor, generally the government, which has goods to give, is ready to trade them in exchange for social consensus with an actor who can threaten to withdraw that consensus unless he receives the goods he needs. Okay? Now, he viewed this tripartition as an analytical distinction, but at the same time as an historical sequence, because he thought that these 3 types follow. Now, the advantages of this concept is that it pinpoints the resources available to the actors, hence the content of the neo-corporatist arrangements. Here we have the initiator of the literature on neo-corporatism, Philipp Schmitter, that together with Gerhard Lembruck in the 1970s, I think but you can confirm me, Philipp, you didn't know each other with Sandra at the time, did you? Okay, so the concept of political exchange was developed in a parallel, at the same time, in a parallel way to the concept of neo-corporatism and of social concertation, but without any mutual influence. Okay, I think, from my point of view, that the concept of political exchange vis-à-vis the one of neo-corporatism has the advantage of focusing on the resources available to the actors, hence on the context of the neo-corporatist arrangements that were analyzed by the political science literature, here is the first one, almost exclusively in terms of institutional performance, especially the idea of concertation and institutional performance. Governability is an indicator of institutional performance. And second advantage, that his analysis of how equilibrium operates in the political market and on the 2 sources of a disequilibrium that he analyzes to a long extent, allows to explain the evolution of conflict and of cooperation instead of seeing conflict and cooperation simply as the result of institutional preconditions. So I think that these are the two key advantages of this concept vis-a-vis also the concepts of the developed by the neo-corporatist literature. However, the limits, there are two limits. One is that if we consider political exchange as an analytical instrument, its shortcoming is that there is a low specification of the resources available to the actors. Because if you remember the quotation before, the political exchange, according to Alessandro Pizzorno, takes place when governments which have goods to give exchange with trade unions which offer social consensus. Now, contrary to what was said before by someone, I don't remember, I don't think that the unspecified resource was social consensus, because social consensus was rather well specified. What was not specified was the goods to give by the government. Yes, 1 minute. Which goods can governments give? Depending on the stage where it was discussed, sometimes he meant recognition. Simply, the governments recognized unions as the legitimate actors, or institutional involvement, Gerhard Lembruch's idea, institutional involvement in policy making or policy implementation, or welfare benefits. Now, in the what I maintain, and I don't have time here, but I just say the title, what I maintain that this concept was widely used not in the sociological literature, but in the political debate, having in mind only the last point, welfare benefits. And when governments did not have welfare benefits or didn't want to give other more welfare benefits to the trade unions, political exchange was suppressed. And this, in a sense, is a limitation of this concept, which didn't specify which types of resources can the government give. Second, as a stage in historical sequence, this is again what I said at the beginning, I think he failed to place its diffusion in the specific context of the late 70s. It was a context in which the explosion of inflation, remember the two-digit inflation in the 1980s and the late 1970s, and the need for industrial adjustment seemed to require wage restraint and social consensus. And in this way, they gave a key role to trade unions, whereas the state was asked to play a compensatory role for the union's willingness to accept such restraint. But when this context faded away, also this mutual need faded away, was withered away. And in this sense, it was a stage, it was a concept very much deeply shaped by that historical stage. This was very important, but can I have 1 more minute? And then I finish here with that. However, I think that ununderstood the potential of this concept was that would have offered a better explanation of the intrinsic instability of social concertation than was instead the case, because tripartite concertation, in the way that the neo-corporatist literature has explained to us, implies a temporally unequal exchange, because it is an exchange in which the trade unions offer a short-term benefit to governments, consensus, avoidance of disorder, against long-term benefits, because whether they are welfare benefits or whether they are promise of more employment and so on, they are always long-term benefits. And this implies the fact that either you have a trust in government, so the so-called friendly government, blah, 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 or it is a temporarily unequal exchange and therefore difficult for trade unions to sustain. Second, all the actors have a limited control on the implementation of their decision, because the government's decisions must be implemented by a public administration on which they quite often have a low degree of control. And trade unions must enforce what they have agreed upon to their rank and file, on which often they have scarce control. Therefore, it was a very important concept that could have explained better the intrinsic instability of concertation that was not, in my opinion, used enough. Yeah, okay, I stop here. Here, who wants to read? It was an attempt to summarize what I see as the basic strengths of that analysis and the basic weaknesses. So you see, are 2 and 2. I want to, I wanted to compensate the strengths with the weaknesses, but I don't have time.
I will ask you that. Can leave it as a question for later.
Yeah.
So thank you, Professor Regini. We move to Michael Shalef, and floor is yours. You have to go there if you have like a PowerPoint, or you can stay here if you don't.
I'm going to do something I don't usually do. I'm going to read a prepared text to situate what I want to tell you about, and then I'll go through a PowerPoint. Now,
And the title of the presentation is Mass Mobilization by the Numbers, Then and Now.
Yeah, I have to mention that my wife, who's Italian, assured me that because this is an Italian symposium, that time limits would be very flexible. and therefore, I'll give you her phone number when you wave your 5 minutes at me.
Point is that at 7 they need to clean the room and
I'm all in favor of self-cleaning, yes. I was recruited into the Resurgence project when I was a doctoral student in the mid-1970s. A few years before that, I had written a mini thesis for my MSc in Industrial Relations at the LSE. The thesis attempted to set the record straight on the ongoing British strike wave, the true extent and seriousness of which was the subject of heated political and academic controversy. My research mainly involved hand copying numbers from government reports and then using them to make calculations on an ancient mechanical calculator, which I gradually turned into tables. The head of department sent my thesis to a friend of his at the OECD, later hired me as a consultant. I traveled the world collecting published figures on strikes for OECD member countries and interviewing the bureaucrats responsible for collecting preparing the figures. Among other things, I learned from this what a mistake it is to take published numbers of any kind at face value without digging deeply into devilish and boring details of how they're defined, where they come from, and what they don't include. So at some point, after Sandro and Colin had already put their team together, they heard about my work and parachuted me into their project. I have memories of a workshop convened somewhere in the pastoral Italian countryside. In the breaks and the dinners, the would-be revolutionaries were deliriously waxing about the ongoing revolution, while somewhere in the corner or the next room, I was sitting with clearer-headed folks like Colin, David, Marino, and Sandro himself, engaged in more down-to-earth conversations. We kept in touch over the years, and one of the highlights of those precious connections was when I gave a seminar at the EUI exactly 10 years ago today, and was honored by the presence of an aging Sandro, still as sharp as ever. That seminar at the EIU, I reported findings from the initial stage of a research project, which has two resemblances to the Resurgence project, both of which are referenced in the title of my talk. First, it also concerned an international wave of mass mobilization. But instead of class conflict, it took the form of vast street protests conducted in the amorphous name of le peuple, the people. Although the latter-day project was informed by a comparative perspective, my empirical focus was now on the so-called social justice protest in one country, Israel, in the summer of 2011. A movement with some similarities to the better-known Indignados in Spain, but even larger, relatively speaking, in scale. Second resemblance was that my research was again driven by a quest to shed light on large-scale collective action by relying on numbers. However, in the intervening years since the Crouch-Pizzorno enterprise, much had changed in the domain of number-crunching social science. Rather than relying on selective counts of strikes and strikers compiled by public functionaries and broken down using rigid and often outmoded categories, my raw material now consisted of behavioral big data. After 2 years of preparatory work, on my return from Firenze to Jerusalem, I began working with a new data set derived from Cell Network's automatic tracking of the location of mobile phones. Our data set was a single large table showing the number of mobile phone users from nearly every census tract in Israel who were present at each of the 38 large protest events that took place during that 6-week protest campaign. Aim today is to contextualize one of the most important findings which emerged from that data set by looping back to the Resurgence project. In the preface that opened the first of the 2 volumes, Pizzorno recalled that in addition to identifying trends and making generalizations, a third goal was shared by the scholars who initially mooted the project. In his words, that goal was gaining better information and producing better descriptions of the real facts in a field where so much had been written with so little precision. This was actually the mandate for my chapter for the book. Buried in the numerous details I reported were 2 central findings. First, I wrote that the new wave of conflict has made the strike an increasingly common experience for an increasingly broad section of the labor force. Second, I showed that in the majority of the 6 countries for which detailed data were available, this aggregate result was actually the product of 2 different trends. One was a proliferation of group-specific strikes, typically local and relatively small. The other one was a growing number of mass walkouts. It was the second phenomenon that I would call contentious action at scale, which evidently interested Pizzorno and inspired his theoretical contribution. I'm kind of going over something that already mentioned, but I'll do it quickly. Pizzorno observed that much of the novelty of the 1968 to 72 strike wave was not the proliferation of disputes, but the significance of large-scale mobilization and its underlying political and sociological logic. In the framework of institutionalized industrial relations, unions exert economic pressure on employers of specific groups of organized workers by temporarily ceasing work. But the large-scale strikes, this is Pizzorno speaking here, that re-emerged in the late 1960s constitute attempts by worker representatives to influence government policy by disrupting what he called social stability and consensus. He memorably conceptualized this as a quest for political exchange, a logic of action different from collective bargaining, and he added 2 concrete theoretical propositions. First, in an attempt to dent consensus by mobilization, size matters. Second, the large and therefore heterogeneous groups in whose name consensus will be preserved or withdrawn, are defined by constructing new collective identities. New in that they are not necessarily rooted in the organization of production. The implication is that a precondition for mass mobilization is inventing and appealing to new collective identities that stretch the boundaries of existing solidarities. My research on the large-scale Israeli social protests of 2011 both confirms this implication and suggests a potential caveat. At the time of the events, it was obvious that the protest core, comprising both activists and committed rank-and-file participants, was located at a very specific intersection of ethnicity, class, religiosity, and political ideology. Protest leaders did their best to obscure the distinct collective identity of the core by constructing two more encompassing identities. First one, the middle class, which was a new collective identity in the Israeli context. The other, which was a change in an existing one, was the people. They hoped that this would neutralize cleavages that cut across these Teflon identities, primarily differences in political partisanship and religiosity among Jews, but also the deep divide between Jewish and Palestinian citizens. Survey evidence collected before work on the big data began showed that the degree to which other social sectors are alienated from the protest core was indeed a powerful predictor of participation in demonstrations. Yet this did not prevent a notable degree of protester diversity. Our more accurate behavioral data furnished lesser but still significant indications of diversity. But transcending the capabilities of survey research, this data suggested an initial or perhaps alternative explanation to Pizzorno's suggestion that new and broader identities can stretch the boundaries of solidarity. So in the rest of my talk, I'll share a little bit of evidence suggesting that the appearance of diversity was enabled, at least in part, by a synthetic optic of solidarity generated by the spatial and temporal segmentation of different groups of protesters. As two social movement scholars, Valgrave and Verhulst, observed in a different context, different people may take to the streets, but not necessarily the same streets at the same time. Our geographically and temporally differentiated data made it possible not only to empirically assess this possibility, it also provided circumstantial evidence for the hypothesis that movement strategists consciously used segmentation to construct the appearance of diffuse solidarity. Okay, so this segment is called Solidarity and Segmentation. So I'm going to skip this. The Israeli protest in the summer of 2011, just a couple of key facts about it. The central struggle was the struggle of the younger generation of students and young adults to reproduce the middle class attainments of their parents and of previous generations of young adults. Attached to that self-interested agenda was a broader ideological critique of neoliberal economics and social policy in Israel. In terms of the substance, on 7 successive Saturday nights, with one break in the middle, there were mega demonstrations centered in Tel Aviv and local events in other large and small cities. From surveys, we knew that this was a remarkably consensual movement. 85% polled in several surveys were in favor. 1 in 5 reported that at some point over this campaign, they had participated in a protest. What I call alienated minorities, 3 groups: Palestinian citizens of Israel, settlers in the West Bank, and ultra-Orthodox Jews, were notably absent, although not necessarily unsupportive. Among the remainder, among what I'll call the majority, just for these purposes, left or right on their political ideology was a good predictor, strong predictor of their support and particularly their participation. Okay, now for the data that we were using. So cellular networks work on the basis that they know at all times when your phone is on where it's located. They have to know that in order to pass your communications through the appropriate tower. And they save this information. They always have. And it's become an industry. And the data on where people are located makes it possible to observe behavior and in real time. So you're getting away from the dependence on self-reported, ex-post survey data. And you get very large samples, which could also be biased, but large enough to enable all kinds of disaggregation that are impossible with conventional data sets. Now, our data vendor in Israel produced out the raw data that we used by first, and this is the standard practice, first they watch where every device in the network is at nighttime. And if they see a consistent location, then that location becomes the home locality of the device. And when that device is observed in some other context, they know where that device was located. And so they counted for us. We gave them a list of 38 events, demonstrations, and their geographical coordinates and their times. And they counted for us how many devices were spotted at each event and broke it down by the home locality of the devices. So we ended up with a data set from over 2,000 home localities. These are census tracts with about 1,800 working age individuals in each on average. We had these 38 protest events from the smallest 1,000 participants to the largest 190,000 participants in one street demonstration in Tel Aviv. And we added data from census indicators and voting distributions from the elections that preceded. So we had political, socioeconomic background for each of our home localities. Okay, now we're getting to the point. So because there were multiple events in multiple places over multiple moments in time, we had time and space variation in our data set, which made it possible to test these arguments. Pizzorno's argument that large-scale mobilization is driven by solidarity. The hypothesis is a rising tide raises all boats. Okay. When the core protesters are reaching the peak, if there's some level of solidarity, then that means the peripheral protesters are rising with them, not to the same level, but with the same. If, on the other hand, segmentation is what is creating the synthetic appearance of solidarity, because if you get diverse groups at different times and different places, then we have to look at this event variation. And specifically, we might expect that certain events will be tailored to different clientele in an attempt by the strategists of an encompassing protest to be encompassing. We can also test another hypothesis, which is based, I call it assortative protesting, like in assortative mating, based on homophily, based on the idea that people feel comfortable in places where the people who inhabit those places are similar. So you'll see what this means. Here's the rising tide lifting all boats. These are each of the dates on which protests were held. The red line is the core supporters within the majority. So I've left out of this analysis the alienated minorities. So those are the people who were spotted, whose devices were spotted and counted, who live in localities where there's a strong left or center vote. And the blue line is the ones who live in localities where there's a strong right-wing vote. And we see that as we moved, as the red line moved to the peak, the blue line also moved to the peak in both subwaves of the wave. Notice something else in the first. August 13th is an exception. The reds are hardly present compared to their previous presence. The blues are actually have a participation rate higher than the reds. This event was designed to be that way. The organizers requested that protest events not be held in Tel Aviv and the other usual suspects, and encouraged events to be held in the geographical periphery. And that was the result. Now to my last piece of evidence. Do protesters choose congenial sites? So that's the assortative protesting hypothesis. Protester composition should mirror the host locality composition. So what we did was we took the four largest cities in Israel, compared the political composition of out-of-town protesters, people who actually made a choice to come to that locality, not just to turn up to the event in their home locality. So we compared their political composition with the composition of residents in the locality, not protesters, just all of the residents. Results are quite interesting. So this is just to show you the setup. I'm displaying the results. So we have the four cities, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Beersheba, Jerusalem. Each one will have a pair of bars. The first bar shows the political composition of the residents based on how the census tracts where they live voted. We see Tel Aviv, very high, top tertile of left and center vote share, 2/3. And then Haifa, somewhat left and center dominated as well, not as much as Tel Aviv. Beersheba and Jerusalem dominated by right-wing voters, and except for a little tiny fraction in Jerusalem, no census tracts with in the highest tertile of left and center voting. Now we look at the profile of the protesters. See that for Tel Aviv, again, the out-of-town protesters, remarkably similar. The right-dominated cities, we see an exception. And that's even in Beersheba. Actually, Beersheba is the great example because no representation at all of the committed left and center voters among the residents, but there is among the protesters. that's because the committed protesters, the left-wing ones, made a point of turning up at in these hostile environments to make their presence known. But the assortative protesting mechanism does seem to be circumstantially validated by this evidence. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I will now leave the floor to Lorenzo Zamponi, who is discussant also of these three contributions.
Yes, thanks a lot. Again, very, very interesting presentations. And I did as I did before, so I'll do as I did before, so only pointing out a couple of elements for the discussion. And I'll start from what was presented at the end, okay? Because I was in that seminar 10 years ago at the EY, where Michael was presenting his work on the Israeli indignados, and I was presenting my work on the absence of Italian indignados. And it's very interesting. I remember that in that occasion, you used the concept of an encompassing movement, okay? The idea which goes in the direction of what you were discussing now on the construction of solidarity starting from a segmentation. The idea of an encompassing mobilization is something in which different economic sector of society, different political background, and so on can find, okay, a place of a common struggle. And this is interesting because I think relates also to what was presented at the beginning of this section on where class recomposition takes place, okay, where class solidarity happens. Because I have the feeling that we're going in a direction, at least that what appears to me based on what you presented, in which this happens only in the square, only in social or political movements, and very rarely in the workplace. Okay, in the first presentation, there was the discussion on whether it is possible to have the precariat as part of a broader progressive movement. Okay, and I think what we have observed lately is that there have been attempts to do so in the political sphere, both in the square and in representation, while very rarely in labor conflict in a strict sense. The whole political project of Bernie Sanders was built on the idea of what he called a multiracial coalition of the working class. Okay, I remember the slogan of Labour under Jeremy Corbyn on we're going to build a coalition between the old working class of the North and the multiracial, multinational progressives of London. In neither cases it worked, okay, and electorally, but it worked more still than in the workplace, still more than in labor conflict. And I think that what came out is a depiction of labor conflict as severely segmented, okay, and hopes and cases of recomposition only outside of it, okay, only in political struggles framed in the language, as we were saying before, or recognition, identity, freedom, and rights. And this is a consideration I want to propose to the discussion. And the last point in the presentation that was made, the second presentation that was made, very interesting, the connection between political exchange, okay, and the state. What's interesting is that what is the subject of political exchange, okay, because in the presentation, the subject that was referred to political exchange was often trade unions, okay, while if I think about political exchange in the contemporary era, especially in this country, we definitely see the prevalence and the preference by the state, by the government, to build political exchanges going beyond the unions. We've seen in the last couple of years, governments prefer to raise wages, cutting taxes on labor than through collective bargaining agreements with public employees. Okay, to address a wage crisis through direct either tax cuts or welfare benefits that go beyond collective bargaining, and so do not provide unions with the recognition. Okay, and there is definitely this disintermediation of political exchange that is something that I think could be an object of discussion, in which political exchanges more and more happens between the state and voters, okay, and with a decreasing role of organized collective actors, and at the same time, as also was pointed out, political exchange is made more and more difficult by welfare retrenchment, okay, by the fact that, of course, if the only context in which redistribution is taking place is the state, but the state is losing ground, okay, there is less and less space for redistribution. I'll stop there because we're already late.
Thank you, Lorenzo, for his comments and suggestions for the discussion. We have many people, so I think first I will give the floor to Philip because he was.
No, you should give it to people.
Okay.
Thank you very much. A question that maybe we come back to tomorrow when we talk about what's next for the labor conflicts. But in his comments, Marino has already started discussion and responded to the more optimistic introductory remarks. And Donatella and Lorenzo and others have worked and are more optimistic, working on the gig economy, and see kind of a new labor subject emerging. And you were more critical, not seeing it, and you mentioned the public sector. Colin before, however, said the public sector is a kind of a major driver of labor protests, and tomorrow I will maybe say something similar than Colin. But going back to your critique of Pizzorno, we can also ask, is your skeptical view on the new subject in the Italian public sector maybe also bound by this particular Italian conjuncture that we are facing here? And I'm asking this question because a PhD student, Costanza Galati, who just finished her thesis comparing labor protests in assessed by Donatella, comparing labor protests in Italy and Romania, she came to the surprising conclusion that Romanian public sector healthcare workers were able to politicize and to act, and Italians were not. Despite to this idea that Italian labor should be stronger than Romanian labor, etc. But she found something which I didn't know, which I didn't read in any industrial relations handbook about Italy. She found that in Italy, nurses unions, healthcare unions were not able to strike because the public sector law of minimum services requires a higher number of healthcare workers during strikes in the hospitals than during phases where there is no strike in the hospital. So going on strike means actually having more nurses in the hospital, because then the law kicks in, and the law doesn't kick in when there is no strike, so we cannot have enough nurses, and that's okay, you know. But only in strike we have to have more nurses. So that is a kind of an ironic point, but maybe something to discuss, and maybe also, you know, what I'm asking: who designed this law? Must be labor scholars, I suppose. So coming back to Richard's point, that we have sometimes we play a role in these events ourselves as well.
Yes, thank you very much for all the presentations and for the comments, also Lorenzo. I'm thinking whether also some key concepts of Alessandro Pizzorno can be not only rediscussed, but also updated to the current challenges. I'm thinking about two key concepts. One is recognition and the other is identity, which are two of the key concepts that are typical of, let's say, a Pizzorno's style of thinking and theorizing. So how does a collective identity emerge, for example, and is able, let's say, to generalize a sort of common condition of idea of belonging to something common, to something collective? And basically, I'm thinking also about the structure of the book Lotte operaie e sindacato in Italia, which at that time was extremely innovative in a sense that the type of empirical cases that were collected and analyzed were all cases of different technological and organizational settings, so very different factories, which makes, for example, a clear difference to the debate of the operaismo, for example, that was mainly based in Turin, so Fiat center, so to speak, so around a unique, let's say, industry. In this sense, the idea of identity also emerged from sectors that not only were low-skilled workers, but also migrant workers. So the southern Italian workers that migrated to the north. And nowadays, for example, we are experiencing struggles of migrants that have very different backgrounds. They come from very different regions with probably different regions of the world. Of course, various identities probably contribute to the rise of a collective identity. It can be partly religious identities, geographical identities, and so on, which also reshape the type of collective identity that the, so to speak, symbolic unity of these movements. So the other aspect, and then I stop, is the rise of on-demand. So with digitalization, on-demand workers, and so the fact that not anymore workers are able to struggle on the same workplace or for long-term issues, so to speak. Because once you were a worker in a factory and you knew that basically your destiny, your fate was basically in the same workplace with the same colleagues. Nowadays, if you jump from a workplace to another, I'm not saying that it's not possible to create a collective identity, but it has a more, let's say, probably fragmented or temporary, provides also temporary engagement. So this also probably can reshape the idea of a collective identity that we need. But thank you very much for all your insights, choose comments.
Philip?
I just want to help Marino with his, he asked a really important question, is what do governments have to offer? Now, I'm going to give you an extreme example, but I think that in different measures, and this would be something that probably varies very significantly from country to country, and it has a wonderful, extremely heavy German name. Allgemeinverbindlichkeit. Everybody understand? You have to be Swiss. You have to be Swiss. This is part of the famous Swiss Social Peace Treaty that began in 1936, and it's still there. What it means is that when labor and capital make an agreement, it becomes binding on everybody. Whether you could be in a firm that doesn't have any union, doesn't have any, but the arrangements, if they're arrangements about wages or working conditions or health, is. So one of the most important, now I don't know, because I'm not, but a labor lawyer, at least, but the most important contribution very often the state can make is to take a private agreement and make it publicly binding and generalize it even to have not participated in the bargaining, but nevertheless fall into. So keep that in mind, and I don't know, I just assume that this is some property which varies from country to country, right? I mean, suppose you Brits have the most, never mind. Something insulting about the British legal system, but okay, thanks.
As to say that actually they adopted this legislation, but the problem is that since it was introduced, only 2% of the German workers are covered with this extension mechanism. So despite the fact, well, what is interesting is that, the statutory minimum wage that they adopted in 2015, that was very effective. And we in Italy, in fact, our unions are demanding for a union law concerning indeed representation and extension mechanism. So there is something in exchange, but the finding is only 2% of.
Well, you don't need it.
Two short points. One is about cycles. I wanted to defend Sandro's on that because I found Marino's reflections very interesting, but not by chance Tilly started to use the notion of cycles, because I think that the mistakes that you found in Sandro's type of reasoning comes more from the perspective of industrial waves, because the assumption in industrial waves, so the work also by Michael Biggs and so on, is that you have expansion, economical development, so growth, tight labor market, strikes, waves, then readaptations, and then there I think that's the main element that makes the predictions that other would come more difficult to apply to the industrial sector was the fact that rather than being just a type of normal cycles within the same form of capitalism, capitalism changed. And so to a certain extent, I think probably it was a limited conceptions of politics, because what happened after that cycles was a rearrangement of capitalism, decentralization, and elements that weaken the working class again. So I think that what one could see as applicable also to other conceptions in the notion of cycles is the dimensions that Colin referred to, more the fact that within other type of struggles like the one that Michael mentioned, or other type of working struggles that we studied, there is a similar type of internal process. You are right, it is more internal. But I think on the fact that it didn't work in the outside was more related with the failure of the conceptions of industrial waves, more related with the merely economic type of developments than the notion of the cycle. Hope we will have time to discuss this. But another very short point is also stimulated by Richard's presentation, and but an element that I think all of you addressed, which is the element of organizational skills, leadership, and so on. So the fact that what would be interesting to see is also to which extent nowadays in the automobile strikes, in successful effect of the automobile strikes in the United States, it has been a new change of leadership styles, of forms of actions and so on, that has brought about probably also by the tightening of the labor market, but also changes of the type of workers that had effect. But anyhow, this element of the leadership skills, organizational structure, I think is very useful. So your point about you cannot predict, you have to produce. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to make 2 points or ask 2 questions. One, juxtaposing the presentation by Richard to the presentation of Marino, and the second would be just a quick question for Michael. So, I mean, one of the things I've always found problematic or unconvincing in Pizzorno's analysis is the 2-stage process. First, you have a formation of collective identities, which is not a strategic or, let's say, rational calculation process. Then you have identities which are formed, and then the actors behave strategically, if I've understood correctly. Now, that's also how I think Donatella presented it earlier. Now, if we take you know, the view that Richard advanced, which I rather agreed with, which is about the, yes, it's, I agreed with almost everything you said, which is about the first time in the almost 50 years we've known each other. But the point is that you emphasize the ongoing work of constructing and maintaining identities as a project. What would happen to the Pizzorno model if you rejected that separation between, let's say, identity formation and then strategic behavior by the collective actors who are constituted in that way? And the question for you, Michael, I'm sure you have an answer, is how do you know that the people who are participating in demonstrations from census districts which have a low left and center vote are not left center minority voters in those census districts, because presumably they're not homogeneous or not always homogeneous.
Just let me verify whether there are other questions. Mario? Are you sure? Okay, then I think we can, you can choose the order of the answers.
Well, since I was the one person who stuck to 20 minutes, I'll jump in first.
You have credits.
I think an important point to make, which I don't think anyone has made yet, including myself, looking back at the contrast between then and now, is that all of us, I think, assumed that collective action, collective struggle involved collective workers in collective workplaces. And some of us like to say workers are always organized because capital organizes workers. And some of the contrasts have been evolving gradually over time. I remember being told decades ago that in any large supermarket, you probably had 20 different contractual forms and 20 different timescales. So you still had a collective workplace, but the extent to which it formed a collective worker became more and more different. And with subcontracting hollowing out of the main organization, all this intensified. Gig work involving something very different when there is no longer a collective workplace and there is no objectively constructed collective worker. And it's interesting looking at the discussion of sex workers, many of whom don't have a collective workplace, and not all of them are collective workers. Some of the same parallels, and of course many of them are gig workers, I believe. In this sort of context, organizational leadership, constructing a sense of community, is a much more essential task for collective action. When one's looking at street protests, I mean, there's clearly not a worker in any sense. There's not a collective workplace. There's not a collective location, except when they come together in their protest and then disappear in many cases. So the whole issue of organizational leadership, of socially constructing solidarity and memories of solidarity, and one hopes positive memories of solidarity, becomes vastly more important than any of the dynamics we were looking at 50 years ago.
Questions that I think we don't have the time, and probably I should think over many of them. I just pick a few, and then I can discuss individually with those who like to do so tomorrow morning. One question was the political exchange, and it was said there is an increase in disintermediation of what once was achieved through political exchange, because the government governments go on with a decreasing role of the unions, which is so this is one problem for political exchange. The other problem that has become more and more difficult an exchange with the welfare retrenchment, because what has the government to, what are the goods that governments can give if there is a welfare retrenchment. Now, I think that this is certainly true, but that political exchange has been decreasing ever since Alessandro Pizzorno coined the concept. Because if we look, for instance, at the 1990s. Theoretically, this is a decade where political exchange is booming, because social pacts, as they were redefined in the 1990s, are widespread all over Europe, at least because our vision is always more or less on Europe. But if you look at the content of those social pacts, most of the time it is simply an exchange of recognition, in the sense that what the governments offer to the trade unions is recognition or organizational power, if you wish, but very, very little in terms of welfare benefits or insurance of employment against unemployment and so on. And then theoretically, formally, if you look at the surface, it seems that there is a boom of political exchange. But in fact, if you look at the content, political exchange has already withered away. And that's why I think, again, my leitmotif is that Alessandro Pizzorno coined wonderful and very sophisticated concepts that were inevitably shaped by the historical period. And the historical period, I come now to the point that was made by several people, well, Donatella and others. Donatella said, talking about the cycle, well, you know, there were the 30 glorious years. When we discussed with Sandro Pizzorno about what concepts to develop and so on, we didn't know at all that we were at the peak of a period that later on would be called the 30 glorious years. So we thought that we were on a continuum, and that what we had experienced in the last 30 years, starting from the late 60s, would go on. Or that there would be some rupture, some break, after which it would start again like before. So what I mean is that, of course, is not a criticism to him, because in that situation, it was absolutely unclear that it was a period definitely over, and that a very long period of neoliberalism, and where everything that we knew in the in the previous 30 years should not happen again. So what was conceived as a concept which could face the change of time, then it became clear that it was devised to specifically interpret the period that was completely over. So that's a point. In this sense, the concept of cycle was, I think it's still a legacy today in saying, look at the internal dynamics of conflict, not just at the moment of eruption. But if you think that it's something that will periodically take place, I think, well, I mean, I know that it's quite confused, but Philippe, what you talk about is what we usually call the erga omnes, yeah, your erga omnes clause, that is the fact that you negotiate something privately, and then this is extended to all. Yeah, the point is that it's what Jelle Visser says when he measures coverage. He finds that coverage is highest where unions are weaker. So why? Because extra omnes or coverage by the state is not a way to empower unions. It's a way of maybe a way of overcoming the role of unions. Because I mean, in France, no, it doesn't have to. But in France, where you have traditionally a very high coverage, the unions are the weakest in Western Europe. And well, okay, sorry for all the others, but I don't have time. And
yeah, I'll be brief. A lot of questions coming up about solidarity. It's a slippery thing. I think many of us have very romantic ideas about what solidarity is. I think there are several ways you can engineer diversity or inclusivity. One of them is people having common shared life experiences, requires proximity. They develop common grievances around their environment. Another is that within, and I think this is a point that in the context of collective action is when you create solidarity and new collective identities. And what I wanted to draw attention to is that different groups of people who may actually hate each other's guts, but share some common interest and can symbolically share a space, share different spaces. This is so elementary. I mean, it's pretty primitive. The idea is not tremendously sophisticated, but it didn't strike me until I had this data where you could actually see how heterogeneous are people spatially. And if we had gone on working with the data, we could have done that within events even, showing the segmentation of different groups present at the same event. And I think this opens a lot of entrepreneurial space for social movement protagonists. which they use, and maybe we didn't recognize, part of trying to have an encompassing, actually to get different people together in ways where they won't feel uncomfortable. Jonathan, in relation, of course, the devilish ecological fallacy is always waiting for people who use aggregated data. We also have some survey data that can be linked in. Got it to do multi-level analysis, which is a way of getting around this problem, because you combine both individual and contextual data, and you try to differentiate statistically between states. And we got some interesting results, but we didn't pursue it. But that would be the way to answer, to give a definitive answer. I would say my satisfying answer is that localities defined, we have fewer than 2,000 adults, are pretty homogeneous. They are defined by space, and they are small. Initially, we were working with urban areas, cities, small and large. There you have a much bigger problem of internal diversity within. Right. So this is one of the banes of the life of comparativists, that they mostly. I want to say thank you for inviting me to this. This has been so nice, and it's going to get nicer over dinner, I suspect, to be seeing all these lovely people again.
And on behalf of the Scuola Normale, I thank you for being here, the three of you, and all the other speakers who have been participating in the panel before. We thank the organizers for this very interesting and stimulating conference. We thank Lorenzo for having commented on all the papers presented today, and we thank, of course, all of you for having participated, and as always, our Clara and all of them for helping us with all the practical issues.